bumbum, Anitta empina, jogando o bumbum.
oi, 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 fabulosos, então aproveita. Eu sabia que ela viria, de longe sinalizou pra mim. Tá lotado de mina gostosa, mas você eu chamo no dedinho. Eu tô chapado.
Hey! O Coringa que mandou.
Fabuloso, pô, fabuloso, fabuloso, pô, fabuloso, fabuloso, pô, fabuloso, fabuloso, pô, fabuloso.
Quer ter um fabuloso,
Fabuloso, mané, merece camisa 10.
naquele pique. An ode to getting outside and changing perspectives, flipping the coin. The gratitude piece, the thing I've been trying to harness most throughout this whole lockdown. It's all nuts, but there are beautiful parts too. Going after the beautiful parts, the parts that are good for the soul. And the process is slow. Take a breath. Everything is saying pause. Creating feels like a different process, you know? But as soon as the gratitude piece comes in, there are these little sparks, and no longer the feeling of stuck in the mud. The last mornings I've gone outside to scribble down thoughts and drink coffee. These little critters came and landed on me for a momentary dance. There it goes, a spark, a moment of presence, a shift in the entire day. Less think, more present. And as soon as the letting go happens, so do the sparks. So do the sparks. Welcome to Movement Love, a mixed media yoga program featuring collaborating artists, now brought to you in the comfort of your own home. Get comfortable. Pay attention to your body. Don't do anything that doesn't feel good. We will offer you suggestions for postures and breathing, but be intuitive. Play with what feels right for you. This program's collaborating artists are Alice Kim and Meredith Cooey, playing you music, with movement led by me, Maggie Benoit. Big thanks to Justin Kaler of Tune Pusher for helping us mix this program together, and Atlantic Contemporary for hosting us. We hope you enjoy. Soften your breath, letting it grow deep in your belly. Gently roll your shoulders up, and as you release, notice your neck grow long, light, without tension. Imagine a needle and thread. Choose any color thread. Pierce this needle at the belly button. Let it grow up the spine as your inhale follows gradually. Hold the breath gently, imagining the needle hovering just above the crown of your skull. Release the breath and lace the needle back down the spine slowly, exhaling all the way out. Repeat. Continue with your breath, keeping your abdominal region taut, your spine long and tall. Inhaling through the belly, drawing your exhalations up gently from the core to the ribs, to the lungs, throat, finally to the brain and above the head. Hold the breath and then gently exhale all the way back down. Continue like this. Nice, long, slow, intentional inhalations, and equally matched exhalations. Gratitude changes your brain. In 2009, the National Institutes of Health found that actively giving thanks improves functions in the hypothalamus, the part of your brain that regulates your mood, sleep, appetite, and stress response. When you're ready, inhale the arms up overhead, lengthening through the neck, and then gently releasing the right arm over to the side. Keep the spine long without collapsing into the rib cage, opening up laterally through the left side body. Inhale back up through center, nice and long, and as you exhale, gently reach that left arm out, lengthening through the spine, and then tipping to the side again, opening through the rib cage on the opposite side. Inhale and lift. Gently draw the arms down, and then peel the front 4 fingers to the front of the shoulders and the thumb behind, rolling the shoulders forward, drawing circles with the elbows. Nice, medium-sized circles. Find a pace that works for you. Pause and take this in the opposite direction. Gently draw the arms up, and with the legs crossed, peel forward, keeping the spine extended, noticing which leg you have in front. Draw the breath deep into the belly, lengthen through the spine, tuck your chin gently, and see if you can soften the neck. Let the head heavy. Let the shoulder blades release before you inhale, drawing up overhead and peeling the arms down. Bring the hands behind, palms flat to the ground, fingers facing the belly, heels under knees, lift through the torso, squeezing the glutes, reverse tabletop. If you'd like a challenge, you can lift one leg up, holding through the core and elevating the pelvis, releasing that leg and drawing the opposite leg up. Flex through the foot, extend through the heel. Gently release. From here, begin to roll out your wrists, loosening that tension. Maybe you'll take the left hand to the right, peeling the forearm open in one direction and then the other. And then doing this on the other side. Now taking the arms up overhead, you'll peel forward again, making sure that the opposite leg is crossed in front. This will most likely feel a bit awkward in comparison to the last side. It's your less dominant side. If your right leg was forward before and it is again, shift to the left. Same goes for the opposite. Remembering to breathe deep through the belly, lengthening through the spine, tucking the chin, loosening and lengthening through the neck and heavying through the head. Gently engage the belly and inhale up, rolling the shoulders back. Nice big large circles. Make this fluid and intuitive. If you want to add movement into the torso, whatever feels good for you. Take this in the opposite direction. From here, adding more structure into this movement, draw all fingers other than the pointer and middle finger into the hand and take small circles forward, golf ball size. Then tracing this medium-sized, roughly to a soccer ball, or basketball, and then large like a beach ball, opening the shoulders and then taking this in the opposite direction. Small, medium to large. Keeping the breath fluid, engaging through the belly. When you come back to a natural seat, roll your neck down and gently begin to tilt the right ear to the shoulder and then the left ear to the shoulder, thinking about eating through a nice big juicy watermelon rind side to side. Opening the muscles in the neck, softening through the head, noticing your breath. Heel into thigh, reaching middle, and pointer finger towards the big toe, reaching the opposite left arm up towards the sky, gazing towards the thumb. If you'd like to deepen this stretch, bring the forearm to the ground inside the shin. Again, reaching long, breathing deep into the belly and up the spine as you twist. As if you're grabbing towards a rope to pull yourself towards center, draw to neutral, and then extend the opposite left leg out diagonally, reaching fingers towards big toe, heel into thigh, opening to twist. Gazing up towards the thumb as you expand. If you'd like to take the forearm to the ground inside the shin, you can deepen the stretch, intensifying this twist in the torso. Keep the neck soft as you draw up from that rope towards center and bring the heels together, reaching the fingers towards the big toes and lifting through the spine as you inhale. Gently exhale the shoulders, lengthen the neck, and then roll forward, hollowing the belly towards the back of the spine, tucking the chin, heavying the head, letting the shoulder blades expand, creating a nice long arch from the head, back of the neck, shoulder blades, down the spine to the tail. Let the hips soften here. Inhale, draw up, coming back to a seat, bringing the knees together and rolling your way towards a tabletop posture. Palms under shoulders, fingers expanded, knees under hips. Nice long line from the crown of the head to the tail. Belly draws in towards the spine. Follow the breath as you inhale, sink the belly. Exhale, gently lift through the middle of the spine. Continue following the breath. Let it choreograph and guide your movements here as you draw the spine up to cat and gently hollow the belly down to cow. Continue like this. If you'd like to add variation into these movements, you can tip one ear to the hip and then the other ear to the opposite hip, creating a nice lateral stretch through the ribs side to side, or you can tip the hips down to the heels kissing like a sparrow, variation of child's pose, whatever feels good to you. Give yourself an opportunity to play here. Notice, pay attention, find what feels good in your body. Breathing deeply through these cat-cow sequences. Once you feel complete, find the spine long, reaching right arm in front of you, left opposite leg back. Nice long line, fingers, shoulders, hips to heel. Following the breath, you'll begin to gently reach long on the inhalation, exhaling elbow to knee. For a nice cat balancing movement here, working the core, following the breath, keeping every muscle along this long line nice and engaged. Keep your chin gently tucked. Keep your core working, belly drawing into the spine, glutes engaged. If you'd like a variation, bend through the knee, gently draw the heel to the sky, reaching that right arm back towards the foot, opening through the shoulder. You can always continue with bringing the elbow to the knee or just extending the arm long. When you're ready, you'll bring the arm down, drawing that left leg back, peeling the heel towards the ground for a nice runner's stretch. Then you'll gently transition back to table, opening the knees, kissing the heels, sinking the hips back, and drawing the arms out in front of you. Child's pose. Allow the hips to become heavy. Transitioning back to your tabletop, that left arm will extend long, opposite right leg will extend behind. Nice long line. Again, continuing with the breath here. Inhaling out, exhaling, elbow to knee. Find a pace that works for you. If you'd like the variation, you'll bend through the knee, heel towards the sky, reaching that left arm back to grab to the outer edge of the foot, opening through the shoulder, gazing towards the thumb, and then releasing, extending long once more with control before dropping that hand back down, tipping the toes under and peeling that heel back towards the ground. Nice runner's stretch here on the opposite side. Coming back towards tabletop and then opening the knees, kissing the heels, or taking a variation, bringing the knees together and reaching the hands back towards the heel. Sparrow's pose. Gently drawing up towards tabletop, elbows tight in towards the rib cage. You'll lower down, slowly softening the chin towards the floor. Cat push-ups. Take 3 to 7 here. Again, find the pace that works for you. Challenge yourself. Keep this nice and slow and follow the breath as you move. Belly engaged, drawing towards spine. From tabletop, you'll sink back towards the feet and then expand the back of the legs long, standing forward fold. Breathe nice and long up the back of the legs, through the spine, inhaling towards a standing posture, bringing the arms up overhead, gazing towards your thumbs, and then opening the arms, diving down, peeling back down into fold. From this forward fold, you'll gently begin to walk your hands forward towards the front of your mat, finding your way towards a plank. Long line, head, hips to heels, palms under shoulders, not hyperextending through the elbows. Bend through the knees. Elbows stay tight in towards the rib cage like grasshopper arms, and you'll lower down chin, keeping hips elevated towards the sky. Gently scoop the hips down. Elbows and shoulders tight into the body, chin tucked, lift up, baby cobra, cobra, or if you prefer, upward facing dog, and then release the forehead down to the palms. Drawing the palms down towards the hips, gently engage the glutes. Legs zip up together as you lift the heels towards the sky. Strengthening gently through the lower back. Breathe. Exhale, lower. Gently draw the arms forward, hovering above you. Include the upper body in this movement, squeezing every muscle. Heels through hips and back, through the spine and up all the way towards the fingertips. Exhale, lower. Palms draw one on top of the other, forehead down. Release the left cheek to the ground, opening the arms in a T. Gently rolling into the left hip, you'll draw the right arm up into the sky. That right leg will bend, bringing the heel behind the left leg and stretching up. Roll back down. Right cheek meets the floor. Repeat this movement on the other side, rolling into that right side. Left arm draws up, left leg behind through a bend leg, reaching and opening through that right shoulder. Breathe. And lower down. Palms come at shoulder distance, elbows tight into the ribs. You'll lift up again. Baby cobra, low, cobra, middle or upward facing dog. Elevating through the spine, opening through the sternum in front of the chest. And then lifting the hips, opening the knees and drawing back towards the heels. Child's pose. Nice big long breaths here. Draw yourself back up, gently scooting towards a seat. Bring the palms behind you, just long enough to gain balance, and then draw the hands behind the thighs, lifting through the heels. If you can, level the heels with the knees, keep the chin tucked and the core nicely engaged. Release the hands and begin to tip right heel and then left, one at a time. Follow your breath as you do this. Inhales and exhales guide these movements. There's a pace that works for you. Find it. Never hold the breath, that will combat your movement. If you need to take a break, always feel free to do so. Releasing down for a moment if you need to, extending this Navasana, boat pose if you would like, legs long, arms into the sky. If this feels too challenging, you can come back with the knees bent and arms forward or behind the thighs, or even palms down to the ground for a little support. Breathe. On the exhalation, lower, hovering upper body and lower at 6 inches. Keep the breath long, inhaling and exhaling. And then release. Loosen every muscle in the body. Exhale out everything. Like a shrinking balloon, let your body become soft. Here, draw the knees into the chest, arms wrap around shins, and then gently shift side to side, giving your nice low back a massage. Then, with the hands behind the thighs, you'll begin to rock like a seesaw, keeping the chin tucked, the spine long, core engaged, maybe pausing at the top for a moment to test your balance and then tipping back. And in your own time, rolling all the way up, coming to the feet, lengthening the legs, lifting through the back of the legs and the tail, sinking the head, and then inhaling up, halfway lift, flat back, exhale down. Bend through the knees. Get heavy through the heels, inhale up through the back of the legs, halfway lift through a flat spine, and then exhale down. Inhale, lift, opening the arms into a T, palms facing down. Nice long breaths as you lengthen the spine, and then inhaling, exhaling, drop that left hand down, right arm into the air, gazing towards the thumb if it's comfortable in your neck, and then exhaling back to center, neutralizing the spine, and then repeating on the opposite side. Exhaling that right arm down, left arm into the air, gazing towards the thumb, and then releasing, following the breath, bending through the knees, sinking weight into the heels and finding chair pose. Drawing your belly in, tucking your tail, and then sinking a little lower, keeping your knees drawing back towards your heels and not shifting in front of your toes. Breathe. Tuck your chin, spine is long, tailbone sinking down, heels weighted and sturdy. Inhale, lift, back of legs long. Exhale, lower. Forward fold. Let the arms become heavy. Bend the knees gently. Find some movement here that works for you and feels nice in your legs. Whatever feels relieving. And then gently with the chin tucked, you'll begin to peel up like a rag doll. Arms are heavy, chin is tucked. Head is like a bowling ball, stacking the spine like Legos, one on top of the other as the vertebrae lift. Open the shoulders, lift the crown of the head, arms draw up overhead. Nice big breath, release. Lifted with the arms up, gently begin to dive down, keeping the back flat. Fold. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, fold. Walking the hands forward, feet back. Downward facing dog. Pedal the heels if it feels good here. Press through the palms. Lift the right leg up into the sky. Pull the knee forward to the chest. Inhale gently, three-legged dog, leg lifts, exhale, knee to chest. Continue like this 3 to 5 times. Following the breath. Holding with the leg lifted, flexing the toes, gently pull that leg forward, low lunge, knee directly over the heel, not in front of the toes. Lift the right arm and walk that right foot out. Arm comes inside of the shin, dragon pose. Opening the hips, back of thigh. If you would like to drop that left knee, getting a nice stretch in the front of the left pelvis, into the psoas muscle, deep bellied muscle from the core down into the pelvis. Then gently flip the toes, lift that left leg, neutralize that right arm outside of the leg. Foot comes back to center. Inhale, lift all the way up to crescent pose with the torso and arms. Nice long right angle in the right leg, then dip that right hand down, twist, gazing back towards the right thumb. Stretch arms long, left in front, right behind, and then create a nice flow. with that right arm, sweeping aside the body and back up, and then back again. Twist. Lower that left hand down inside the foot. Right arm comes up, twist, gazing towards the thumb once again. Nice rotation in the spine. Right arm comes down for low lunge and then lifting that right arm again, three-legged dog. Opening the hip, scorpion pose. Opening the armpit, gazing up. Whole side body stretches and then releasing that leg back down. Downward facing dog, pressing through the palms up through the hips and back of legs, and then plank. Lower knees, chest and chin. Or flatten from a plank, elbows in tight to the ribs, lower full chaturanga. Hold, scooping through baby cobra, cobra, or upward facing dog, your preference. Scooping toes under, lifting downward facing dog. Lifting opposite left leg now up into the sky through the heel, flexed toe, and then drawing forward, knee to chest. Inhaling up, heel lifts. Exhale, pulling forward, knee to chest. Continue like this. Again, 3 to 5 times, finding your own pace. When you're ready, pull that left foot through. Heel comes under knee. Again, not in front. You'll lift that left hand, bringing it inside the knee and shin, snuggling the shoulder to the knee, holding dragon pose. And if you'd like to drop that right knee down, opening through the front of the quad and psoas, feel free. Nice, deep, long breaths. Gently flip the toe under, lift that back leg, and then gently, once you're sturdy, elevate, strong core, coming up to crescent pose, arms overhead, dipping that left hand back behind you, nice long line, fingertip to fingertip, and then finding a nice flow here. Using that left arm to lead this sequence. And then dropping that right hand down inside of the foot, lifting left arm up, twist, gaze towards the thumb, breathe. Exhale, left hand down. Left leg comes up, three-legged dog into scorpion tail. Nice, big, deep, long breaths. Opening the body, following this movement. Coming down into plank, lowering knees, chest, chin, chaturanga, or lifting up, cobra, upward facing dog, and then opening the knees, sinking the hips back, child's pose. Full bellied breaths here. From child's pose, inhale forward through tabletop, pushing yourself up to downward facing dog, walking the heels right and left. Gently walk the hands back to the feet, forward fold, head is heavy. Inhale all the way up, hands overhead and to heart. Inhaling again, hands above head and diving down, nice big sweep. Walking forward, downward facing dog. Transitioning to plank, lowering knees, chest, chin, or chaturanga. Inhale up, cobra. Opening the knees, child's pose for a minute, and then transitioning with the toes flipped under. sitting back to the heels, opening the feet. Nice long breaths up the spine through the belly, eyes closed. Rolling forward, finding your way to downward facing dog here, lifting through the right leg, three-legged dog, and then pulling forward, foot in between the hands. Low lunge, drawing arms forward, and then palms together, hook that left elbow at the knee, right elbow up, gaze towards the sky, twist. Really feel the power in the legs in this low lunge. Then transitioning back, three-legged dog. Opening that leg from a scorpion to a wild thing, foot behind. Right arm lifts and then back up, three-legged, down to plank. Gently lower, elbows tight into ribs. Back bend of your choice, cobra, upward facing dog. Transitions you to downward facing dog, lifting through that left leg, three-legged into low lunge. Inhale, arms forward, and then palms together, hooking through now that right elbow, lifting through the left, twisting low lunge. Palms down, sweeping that left leg back, scorpion into wild thing, foot places behind you to the floor. Left arm lifts. Take your time with these. If this movement is too fast, find a pace that works for you. Transitioning with the leg down to plank, lowering chaturanga or knees, chest, chin, and then back bend, down into child's pose, shifting downward facing dog, pedaling the heels, lifting right leg, forward, low lunge. Stacking that knee over the heel and then walking the hands forward about a foot in front of the toes and propping up that left leg at a right angle. Finding a twist here. Half moon. Left arm down, right arm reaches up, twisting through the spine. Take as long as you like and then lower down, resting with the palms and using that left leg nice and sturdy, tapping down toe to heel. Once you're complete, lift and draw that left leg back, low lunge, plant the palms, draw that right leg back, lower to plank, chaturanga, back bend, downward facing dog. Inhale, left leg, draw forward, low lunge. And then walking the hands forward, sturdying yourself onto that leg. Finding the opposite leg to lift. If you'd like to take that twist again here through half moon. Following this sequence with the breath. Then, in your own time with the lifted leg, beginning to tap down, toe to heel, and then once more up again, 3 to 5 times. Gently bringing that leg down to lower. Finding your way towards a chair pose. Sinking the heels into the ground, knees bent, arms lift. Knees drawing back so they're not darting in front of the toes. And then when you're ready, if it's accessible, shift down, bending through the knees, coming to the seat Navasana, legs extended. Hold as long as you want, and then when you're ready, roll back. If you need to find another way to the floor from chair, no worries. Once on the ground, arms wrap around, bent knees, shifting side to side. Over time, that left heel comes to the ground, knee bent, right ankle to the knee. Creating a triangle between the legs, you'll reach the right arm through the triangle, left arm around, reaching behind the thigh or in front of the shin of that left leg. Both feet flex to protect the knees. Breathe. Gently release that left foot down, crossing right leg over left, shifting hips to the right an inch, and then knees over to that left hand side. Arms open in a T, back of hands to the earth. Nice reclined spinal twist. When you're ready, come into neutral. Feet open wide on your mat. Knees windshield wiper side to side. Gently right foot down, knee bent, left ankle to knee lift. Left hand comes inside that triangle, right arm around, meeting hands behind thigh or in front of shin. Feet flexed, long breaths. Releasing down and crossing that left leg over, scooting the hips to the left and then inching the knees over to the right. Arms are open in a T with back of hands to the earth. Again, reclined spinal twist. Nice and long breathing, wringing out your spine like a wet sponge. Coming back through center, neutral spine, heels open, knees drop together, meeting at the center of the mat. Feet at hip distance, palms down. Gently compress the glutes, lift up and lower. Take this a few times, bridge pose. This can be a fluid movement up and down following the breath, or you can hold. Keeping the hips elevated, front of pelvis drawing towards the sky if you'd like to extend one leg. And then the other to challenge yourself, you may. Keep those knees drawing together like a magnet. Not touching. When you're ready, lower down, draw knees into chest. And then being mindful not to shift head left or right, gaze up, roll the knees into chest, and then pop the hips up. Hands supporting at the low back, lifting the heels and toes into the sky. A nice inversion here. And then engage the core, gently lower down from the shoulder stand, slowly releasing the heels down to the ground. Into Shavasana. Half smile during your free moments. Anywhere you find yourself sitting or standing, half smile. Look at a child, a leaf, a painting on the wall, anything which is relatively still. Smile. When you're ready, in your own time, you'll transition over to the side, curling up in a ball for a moment. Then when it's comfortable, pushing yourself towards a seat or another appropriate posture. Introducing breathing from the beginning of class, inhaling up the spine and back down. Again, thinking of that needle and thread piercing through the belly button, slowly traveling up the spine, nice and slow, past the ribs, the lungs, throat, skull, and above the head, holding the breath for a moment before exhaling back down nice and long. Continuing like this at your own pace, whatever works for you. Softening every muscle in the body. Last breathing exercise here. You'll take the hand, pointer and middle finger coming into the palm. Utilizing the thumb and ring finger, you'll gently bring the hand to hover in front of the nose. Bring that ring finger to the left nostril, inhaling through the right, closing the right with the thumb, opening ring finger, exhaling out left. Inhaling left, closing, opening right, exhaling. Inhaling right, closing, exhaling left. Inhaling left, closing, exhaling right, and continuing like this as many times as you would like, ending through the exhalation on that right nostril with the thumb, and then just bringing the hand back down, meeting the palms at the knees, and releasing. Thank you for attending Movement, love. As Meredith says, it is difficult to be angry and grateful at the same time. So, here's our offering to you. Take a breath. Take a moment to be present. Practice, even when uncomfortable, to find some little spark that helps you feel grateful and hopefully not so grumpy. A flipping of the coin, if you will. And don't forget to check out Distress Zine after this program.
We're here to explore the enigma of Atakak.
A mystery man, responsible for some very far-out music.
In the early 2000s, an American named Brian Shimkovitz was living in Ghana and studying music.
He collected hundreds of cassette tapes, and upon returning to America, discovered one that was very different and very infectious. Atakak, Obasima, Sima.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing when I first heard that tape. Electronic, high life, hip life, rap, house music, funky, crazy, psychedelic, bizarre. I had to figure out who this guy was. And I pretty much decided right then and there I had to start this blog, Awesome Tapes from Africa.
Brian's blog was a hit. Soon it had over 40 million downloads. And Ada's tape was #1 around the world.
And wherever he traveled, he searched for Atakak.
Europe, Africa, Canada, and America. Still nothing. No one knew who Atakak was, and no one had ever found any other music by him.
After almost 10 years of searching, on a whim, he asked a Ghanaian shopkeeper in Toronto, Canada. Amazingly, she thought she knew someone who knew someone who knew someone who knew Atakak's son.
And indeed, it was the son of Atakak. He was happy to say that Atakak was alive and well in rural Ghana.
Finally, Brian could try to discover the truth of Atakak.
Yewo Atakak no, nani din de ya wata wusu. Yewo no Kumase. Ata ohu ne ho se oyesronko. Oni ne yire edinkan ko Germany, ansana omo ko Toronto, Canada, ewo 1990. Oni ne nafofo ehya ase se omo beto high life onyom. Saa mre no anso, na wo ye adwuma nketenkete ka ho. Odi twi kasahare enyom to bomu de ye enyom afa odohu ahonfa ho awo ono ankasa akwan so.
Finally, here we are. I just can't believe it. It took 6 years.
At least.
At least.
More than that, I wanted you to know that people love your music.
Even here, my town folks, nobody knows that I'm a musician. Okay. Nobody knows.
Oh, Cheniska.
Here, our instrument of choice is the drum. When I was growing up, I would play on anything. Cans, on stones, on walls, on plastics, on trees, anything that will vibrate. It's not like America, where you have toys to play with. We have things to play on. It's part of growing up.
That's my ringtone. And I love it. Music is powerful. Music is like a weapon. Music is so strong. I've always cherished the idea of making people grow. My name is Atakak. I was born in Ghana. You know, I grew up in the 70s in the disco era where we had the Gacy and the Sunshine Band. We have the Cool and the Gang, you know, they were deep rhythm. So I'm also into deep rhythm.
Getting the job was difficult. I made up my mind to come to Canada. The only thing will be to set up my own recording studio in my apartment. I came and said, I can do it. I told my wife. And she bought me the synthesizer where you buy things on the street. Free market. You bought used things. Reel to reel, some microphones, the mixing board, a separate drum machine. So I bought the things and I set it up. While I was writing Obasima, I didn't want to write. I wanted to rap faster. I started rapping and it was I love this. Forget about the rhyme. Let me flow. In that album, I wrote it to express my thoughts. I just want to express myself, let the world know of the way I think.
KGT a Jackasia a walk a biblium at Oya film. I walk in Phoebe Bray, I tremble. Ubetimi ato bibia ope ewo ho. Ebinim se ye wo edwanketenkete beye se empemu ahuduo no. Atabisa nkofo omo etoton nyeman se omo kan ne nwom no. Na atadwene se nkofo miensa pe na to na power no. Na nsuna nipa bi ekai ne nwom no. Na kire se obobo ataka akapawa no nwom Obasima ewo 90s no.
May I know if you have any of this? The other one? Oh, lovely one.
Obasima KGT abia. Ye nyina akire no. Brian hunu anyama fufu. Yetwa so hwehwe ata no ewo kumase. Ata eye din ye dimankofo a omo ye ntafo. Ni maame ewo ntafo baako mienu miansa. Samra no na ataka ko Toronto a wo ye adwuma se industrial flavor scientist. Wodi enwuma a odigu so odigu apawa so koma ni nuabema a wo Ghana. Wanti asem bebre amfa ne nwom no ho.
My name is Atapi. I'm the twin brother of Atakak. It's a long story. It's a long time. I first heard from my brother in 1994 that he has made a song. I sent it to the FM stations and later to music shops in town. They were playing it. Obasima, then one song, then, you know, it sold about close to about 600 copies. The song was a hit at that time. If you go to the beaches, it was all over. I even went to Accra and I heard it on air, but I didn't know who sent it there. But it was playing on air, and it was all over, and everybody was dancing. Yeah, he didn't know that it was that successful. But we here, we knew it was very, very okay. So I even called him that how the song was going. I didn't tell him anything. When the interest was waning down, so we stopped making new copies. In fact, I last heard it at Obuasi, at a music shop. Last year, early last year, I was there, and I heard one of the music shops playing.
Efiri afe apem ahankron aduonu nso ekura mfie mpem mienu mu no na apaawa no na ɛyɛ nnwom a agidin paa ɛwɔ abibi mman mu ebi kura ka kyerɛ sɛ otwa mpaawa a ɛboro ɔpempem miɛnsa saa brɛ no saa brɛ yi wɔntwa mpaawa bi
Presidential. Did you grab one of these?
You have master here.
Different kinds of music. Only in my wildest dreams to find a place like this. Oh, so these are all the artists.
Yeah.
Alice Mensa. This is unbelievable.
This is the duplicating section. This is the master. The master is on CD. And this is where we insert the master. Then from this computer, it runs straight onto the tape. And it runs at a very fast speed. 300 cassettes within 5 minutes is done. This light problem that we have in Ghana brought the market down.
The light problem?
Today, light on, tomorrow, light off. So they were not buying. They were not, those who were selling the cassettes, they were not getting their sales because people don't have lights to play the music, so they don't even buy the cassettes.
And this one is gospel. This one is gospel music. Joyce. And cassette is power. Yeah. Because of the sound, it's powerful. That's why these days a lot of people don't buy cassette because of the light. That's why the companies collapse.
Debia wodum kanea bɛyɛ sɛ baako. Kanea ne dum a nkɔfo bebree susɔ generator. Generators no edi husie bebree eba mframa no.
In my garden, I have fresh fruits. I don't have to buy them. On my left, you can see a mango tree with mango fruits. This one is banana, and it tastes so good. In Ghana, we have about 6 varieties of banana. This is the common grass. I eat it, it gives calcium. I have some pineapples here. This is my drugstore. And by that I mean, we don't get sick because we eat fresh and we eat natural. That's avocado tree. This is cashew tree, lemongrass. We have 2 different types of oranges. One we call the red orange, and the one the yellow orange. I have 2 of both. So if you will live like Arakak, dance to Arakak music, eat fresh, you wouldn't need a doctor. That's an advice for you. Thank you. I'd like to read this poem to you. The title is Time Bomb. Time Bomb. It boggles the world to imagine black roots, a civilized origin of all continents, the first to fly before greed visited on the sly. The jungle stooped to the slave gun that raped in the glare of the sun. The scars and diasporas are so loved. In shame, Negro heads are bowed. It's ancient though, yet modern is the wicked path cruelty is trodden to reserve fertile breasts full of milk for Johns and Does and their ilk. With blizzard palaces in anchorage, Negro wealth and brains hemorrhage. Is it new slavery scarce by stealth, or black knowledge's lack of wealth? Lies may not have truth to distort always. Hope is dimmed, distraught. Patience will pass the guilty verdict for weapons to disobey peace's edict. That's time bomb.
Kumasi Kumawood ɛyɛ baabi a wotwitwa mfonim a ɛde too Nigeria Nollywood deɛ no so. Ntɔkwa sini paa na agye din. Sinitwa dwumakuo bi a ɛwɔ Kumasi boa yɛn ɛma yɛtwa Atakak no nnwom sini.
Welcome to M Studio, that's Murphy Studio. Okay, come around, man. I told you that I'm going to show you our to M Studio.
Murphy ɛyɛ sinitwani ɛwɔ Murphy Films. OG yɛ efie.
So, are you guys ready for me?
It's a great and a nice and a beautiful night. Yeah, as we are all cool. I think it's done.
Most of the problems we're dealing with, the hatred in this world because of lack of love. Momayandido means let us love one another. When we love one another, then we have peace. Love brings peace. When you have peace, I have peace. And then we all can live as one. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's all about love one another. We were born and eventually we're going to die. So we have a time frame. And within this period of time, there are a lot you can do. I don't like wasting the brain. I like to put it to use. And I know there are many things I cannot do, but there are certain things I know I can. So I'll do the best I can to, do it and let the world know who I am. Most of the time, I'm obscured. People don't know what I'm doing. And it's not like I'm trying to hide it from people. It's just that sometimes you need a push. And it's very hard to come by, especially in Africa or in Ghana. It's difficult. We have many talented people, but they can't come out because they don't have the means to. And that is why I'm still unknown. I'm in London, and it's huge, huge.
Hey. Hey, you. You need to get out of this tub. Because you're spending too much time in the tub and you're getting all pruned up. I mean, you're wasting your day. You're wasting your life. There are 24 useful hours in the day and you're spending most of those hours getting pruned up in the tub. I mean, what are you thinking? What do you expect to be when you're all grown up if you're just going to be pruned up? Oh.
I feel pretty, oh so pretty. I feel pretty and witty and bright. And I'm pretty any day tonight. I feel charming, oh so charming. It's a lie how charming I feel. And so pretty that I hardly believe I'm real. See the pretty girl in that mirror there. Look at that attractive girl lean. Such a pretty face, such a pretty dress, such a pretty smile, such a pretty I feel stunning and entrancing. Feel like running and dancing for joy.
Kamin. I'm a Korean musician. I'm at home in New York, and we all have been doing social distancing more than for a month. And today I would like to share my music with you. So I'm having my instrument, piri. This is Korean bamboo oboe called piri. And I'm gonna play traditional Korean music and some of my composition. Hope you enjoy and stay healthy. First music is one of the most well-known Korean folk song, but this piece is slow version. So I don't know, some of you have heard song Arirang, which is Korean folk song, most well-known song, but this music is slow version, so we say long arirang, so it means slow arirang. Next song is my composition. This music is about a woman. Actually, this is still working in progress, but I'm happy to share with you. The melody is come from some Korean traditional elements, so I put a lot of ornamentation and based on traditional scale, but it is more modern style, and I composed the music for movement, puppet art. So I got inspiration from the movement with puppet. It's a beautiful woman. So I hope you enjoy.
Hello everyone, welcome to Pep's Blends. I'm your host, Pep Ventura. I'm here today with some of these fine ingredients. Gonna whip them up into some smoothies. Helping me out today, I got my son, Pep Jr. And providing the soundtrack over there, my brother Skip. As we know, it's Brooklyn, we keep things moving here, you know. I'm not gonna keep you waiting and I'm not gonna wait around either. So let's get going, let's make some smoothies, all right? Turn down for nut, AKA the allergy bomb. Because a lot of nuts in here and kids these days with allergies, you know. Peanut butter, you know, always sticks to the roof of your mouth, right? Not in this smoothie. This is a real hearty smoothie. It's gonna fill you up, it's gonna replace a whole meal. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. Look at that texture. Whew. Hey, my man, how you doing, brother? Hey.
What's happening, brother? What's happening?
Oh, I'm great, man. I know you're a guy, you like to work out, keep fit.
It's true.
This one right here, the Turn Down for Nut. Full of protein, full of minerals, gonna really be good post-workout. I want you to try this for me.
Damn, that's fire.
Now that's a serious blend. Next up, we got one called You're Berry Welcome. This one chock full of berries, really beautiful color. Let's get going. I'm gonna give it a nice sour punch. Or use green tea, a little caffeine, give you that boost. Nice antioxidants in here as well. Oh, look at that beautiful color. All right, and my next guest who's gonna enjoy You're Berry Welcome is my own daughter, Meg. Good to see you. You're looking very beautiful. Hey. Okay, try this smoothies. You're very welcome.
It's good.
Yeah, you enjoy it? Look at that. Nothing makes me more happy than seeing my daughter, my favorite child, enjoying a good smoothie. Now that is a serious blend.
What you wanna say? What you wanna do? What you wanna know? Pep got that bounce for you. What you wanna say? What you wanna do? What you wanna know? Pep got that bounce for you.
Orange is a new snack, a really beautiful orange color. We're keeping this tropical, we're keeping it light, we're keeping it breezy.
Pep got that bounce for you.
A lot of beta-carotene, a lot of vitamin A. Lisa, welcome to Pep's Blends. I have here for you, orange is the new snack. It's got a lot of vitamin A in there. It's gonna be great for your vocals, get those, hit those high notes and all that. So why don't you try that for me, huh? It's all for you, I made it all for her. Yeah.
It's really good.
Thank you, okay, you heard that first. That's a serious blend, okay? Remember, your body is a temple, you must worship it. Smoothies are the nectar of the gods, you know? Next up, I got a smoothie for you called I Dream of Greenie. And let me tell you, you're gonna be dreaming about this the next time you try it. It's great for your digestion, it's gonna clear those pores, you're gonna be feeling like $1,000,000. My next guest, Evelyn, she's a local artist, she lives up the block, she's a, Brooklynite. How you doing, sweetie? All right, great to see you. I made you a smoothie, it's called the I Dream of Greenie. I want you to try it for me.
Okay.
Let me know how that is.
Here we go.
Okay. What do you think? Is that ginger coming through for you?
Not strong enough.
Okay, well, we can't win them all. I'd still say, though, that is a serious blend.
Thank you.
Next up, I'm in love with the cocoa. All the good fats and oils and nutrients of this guy going in the smoothie. This is brain food, okay? It's gonna keep you thinking. Coconut oil going right in. Pineapple, be generous. Don't be shy of that. That avocado is making this thing thick with 2 C's, I'm telling you. Woof. And for this, I'm inviting a good friend of mine, Caesar. Yo, how's it going, my man? And I hope you're in love with the cocoa, too.
I'm in love with this cocoa right now.
Oh, baby, that hits me really hard. I love that. You heard it first, folks. That is a serious blend. My final smoothie here. This is one that's very dear to my heart. It's called the Pearway to Heaven. Pears are a lovely fruit, very underrated. Just ask Rick Ross. Gonna add a nice creaminess, add some protein into the equation. Blends well with the almond butter. They're in the same family. This is a beaut. Look at that, folks. That is wonderful. The guests that I intended to come drink the smoothie, they couldn't make it today. And so, I give it to you, my son. Pep, thank you, son. I hope you enjoy that. Take a sip. Let me know how it sits. There, you got it, kid.
Good stuff.
Look at this guy. Taking after me, drinking smoothies with the best. Pep's Blends, baby. We do it for the people. We do it for y'all.
It's a hell of a smoothie.
That's a good-ass smoothie.
in the red, a real world. Hold on to me. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on to me. You're better off here, the way that they took 'em out. End up in the red, a real world. Hold on to me. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on to me. Hold on to me. Hold on to me. Hold on to me. Hold on to me.
You want me to turn it up a little bit?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Looking for new flames, but it's more of the same. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I just can't see myself ending up with you. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Wanted a fresh start. What is it? A lost art. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry, but this is just not working out.
Estoy hambriento. Me gusta el pollo. Me gusta el pescado. Tengo una semilla de tomate. Oh, estoy hambriento.
We can grab a couple baskets and hop on our bikes, and we'll just go a little bit further down the road where there's some trees we haven't hit.
Spruce tips can open up airways and take the gunk out of your throat, and is really high in vitamin C. First, you pick the spruce tips, and make sure not to pick the middle one. Only pick the side ones, and make sure to pick all the way around the tree. Then put them in a pot and fill them to the top so the water covers them with water, rainwater. The groundwater could have arsenic in it, and that would be bad for the teeth. Then you boil it. And then you let it sit overnight. In the morning you strain it, and then add half sugar and half water. Boil it until it's half gone. Then you get jars and you fill them with water and put them in a pot full of water and boil them. And because that makes them clean. And then get the lids and soak them in water, boil them, and so that makes stick to the jar. And then you scoop the syrup out of the jar, the can, and put it in the jars. Then you get a magnet and you take out the lids and put them on the jars, and that's it.
And then what do you have?
Syrup.
What kind of syrup?
Spruce tip syrup.
make one of my favorite things that I like to do when I have some good chicken stock around, stracciatella. It's kind of like an Italian egg drop soup, and it's really delicious and really fast and really easy. It's particularly my favorite thing to do when I have delicious chicken stock laying around, like so. I made this the other day with the chicken I got through Chef's Collective. It was a yummy, free-range, organic, ate bugs and probably organic compost and had a name kind of chicken. Yeah, I cooked the chicken, pulled the meat for some other applications, put the bones back in the pot, and cooked them down to make this delicious elixir. So, let me show you what to do. It comes together very quickly. Move that there. Here, we'll put our pot up here, actually. So I'm just going to, if you can see, I left some of the fat. What you do is you make it and cool it and then skim that fat off. But sometimes I like to leave a little bit of the fat in. It just kind of makes for a more luxurious broth. So, as you know, for making vinaigrettes and such, fat floats on top of other liquids. So I'm just going to stir it together so that's not too much fat. And I'm just going to pour a serving of this delicious chicken stock in the pot. So that's probably 1.5 cups that I put in there. See? All right, now we're going to take that. See if you want to see all the yummy fat. I think it's yummy. Some people might not. Okay. Oh, you know what else I have? We got that on medium heat. We're just going to let it come to a simmer. But I do have parsley that will be a lovely addition. Parsley like so. When I bring it home from the store, I'll show you. Parsley explosion. You have it like so. Just lay it out on a paper towel, roll it up, and stick it in a bag, and it lasts a lot longer. That's how we do it on food shows and such. That, I left the rubber band on this one because it's kind of small, but that's ideally how you should do it. Put another one on top if it's bigger. Like that. Okay, anyway, aren't you glad I demonstrated that twice? So we'll just take a little parsley. That's kind of a lot, but it's kind of a nice, fresh, assertive flavor. So we'll make it a nice center point. And then some people, where's my knife? Let's use this one. Some people don't use the stems. I don't know if I've said this on a video or not, but I think the stems are really delicious and full of lots of good flavor. So you should keep them. Sometimes I'll cut them up real fine. They can almost be like a celery element, you know? Obviously a very different flavor, but kind of crispy. Put them in like tuna salad or chicken salad or like a celery or like a grain salad or something. And then you can obviously just saute with them and stuff too. All right, that's that. Spinach, I guess we'll run our knife through this just for fun. Sometimes when spinach is, you leave it whole in a soup, you know, have you ever noticed this? You'll take a bite and then it kind of like slurps down on your chin. When you're making something like this, you just want to think about how it's going to eat, you know, how it's going to be in your final product, how it's going to fit in the spoon, if it's going to be bite size. If you want to leave it big, you're going to have a fork and knife to do it. Is that okay for whatever you're making? All right, so that's that bowl. So I said this is kind of like an egg drop soup. So really all you're gonna do is when the stock comes up to a simmer, I'm gonna scramble, one egg is probably good for this. I might add a second because I'm hungry, but scramble it up and then I'll show you, you're gonna stir the stock together and then drizzle in the egg. And it's like the most delicious thing. You'll see. All right, 1 egg, look at that beauty. These are from Chef's Collective too, actually. I have this massive flat because I got them from my friend's restaurant that's closed right now. But she's a beaut. Okay, so there's that. A little salt, You could add a little pepper if you want. I don't like to because I think that people really overuse pepper. We'll do 1 egg. 2 just would be ludicrous for an amount. Ludicrous. All right, cool. So we have spinach, parsley, egg, lemon, cheese, microplane. That's your mise en place. Everything in place, right? All right, so now let's cruise over here. So here's what you're gonna do. Just kind of agitate this, give it a little swirl. Oh wait, first, the stock doesn't have salt, I forgot. So I'm just gonna reach behind camera. Just let a pinch of salt. Season as you go. You season the stock, you season the egg, just a little. That's why restaurant food tastes so good. All right, so can you see in here? Can you see in here? Okay. So now, really get it cruising. See how it's really cruising around? And then just stream in your egg. Like so. That's it. Spinach goes in. Parsley goes in. Heat goes off. I'm just gonna give it a little swirl. The spinach and parsley, I mean, you just want it enough, it's like 30 seconds is all you need because you just want it to cook. Then you get, see that butte? Now you got your lemon. This is a microplane. It's like one of my favorite tools I use for everything. Lemon zest is also one of my favorites. You can ask my friend Justin. Justin loves to make fun that my first cookbook ever would be lemon zest because my suggestion for every recipe I used to write with him was add lemon zest to it. But it's true, it's good for savory, sweet, brightens up everything. You can't really see. There we go, making a mess, making it cheesy and delicioso. And that's it. We have our little, I don't know, this is from the cutting board. I guess we call it a snack. Snack, mini lunch. But like I said, it's good for all times. All right, check this out. I feel like you can see it better now. Oh my God. Whoops. Just sticking my spatula under the pour so it doesn't splash as much. Oh, ain't she a beaut? Why not? We'll do a little more cheese just for fun. There we go. All right, and you can put anything you want in here. You could do kale. I mean, I just like greens, but you could put any kind of already cooked veg in there. I might even do a little lemon slice just for fun. I'll juice it in there in a second when I'm going to sit down to eat. Anyway, that's it. So now we're gonna make preserved lemons. I'm so excited because I've never done this before. So we're gonna do this experiment together. So all you need are lemons, ideally some well-washed organic lemons because you're gonna be eating the skin, kosher salt, and a nice sterile jar. I just washed it with like hot soapy water. You don't have to, boil it or anything. And this is not my recipe, by the way. It's Jessica Coslow's recipe. She's a chef in LA. And I was generously given it through my friend Kim. She sent me some voice memos for it. So to get started, you're going to take your lemons and you're going to just take your knife and make a cut, not entirely through the lemon, but almost to the end, vertically towards the stem end of the lemon. And then you'll make a similar cut perpendicular to that. As Kim said in her voice memo to me, she said it looks like hot cross buns. And then you'll just repeat that process with all of your lemons. I'm using 4 purely just because I think that's what I can cram in this jar that I had lying around that I'm going to build this in. So after you have your lemons cut, you're going to add some salt to your jar, just a thin layer. I didn't measure it. I think maybe it's a 1/4 cup. And then you'll take your lemon, and I like to cut I took a little piece off the bottom because I know it's always easier to work on a flat surface than have your lemon kind of rolling around all over the place. And then you'll take your salt and you're just going to put it in your hot cross bun end, if you will. And you want to just add enough salt so it kind of fills up the lemon and is covering all of the pulpy part, because that's obviously what's going to preserve your lemon. So you'll repeat that with all of them, and then you're just going to take them and kind of cram them into your jar. These are pretty ripe lemons. Kim made a good point that, if you end up with lemons that maybe were picked earlier or are kind of harder and not as juicy, it depends on the season, where they're come from, how long you've had them. You can take them and roll them on the cutting board to kind of get the juices flowing. And this makes it a lot easier. It makes them kind of softer. It might make them easier to kind of cram into your jar. I know that you can also take any citrus if it's not as juicy as you'd like, and you can actually stick it in the microwave for just 5 to 7 seconds. I've done that a bunch of times if I'm having like friends over for cocktails or something. Limes I feel like are more often than not are on the drier side. So I'll just pop them in the microwave for like 5 to 7 seconds, just until, it breaks up some of the cells inside and makes them a lot juicier. So anyway, but back to this. So you're going to go ahead and just put a single layer of lemons and then add a little bit more salt, and then repeat with however many lemons you have. And then you'll ultimately just add more salt to fill up your jar. And then, like I said, 2 to 4 weeks, you just check on it every few days. And then you're kind of looking for the taste of a preserved lemon is more floral. It has a lot more depth and umami. It's almost like an herbaceousness that's really nice. It's primarily was initially found more in Middle Eastern and North African cooking. You can now find them far more frequently here in the States. But, instead of buying them at the store, why not make your own? But the skin becomes what you're looking for after 2 to 4 weeks. You'll know they're ready when the skin is kind of velvety. It almost looks like candied, and it's pretty toothsome, like a bit chewy. It's not like, really bright and juicy like a raw lemon rind. And then you eat the peel, the pith, and you can use the preserved liquid also. So the peel is really good. You can chop it up and just think of using it in anything like you would use a caper or a pickle or something, like a pickled cucumber. The flavor is very, very different, but it still is something that kind of adds a really nice brightness. And then, with the preserved liquid, it's really lovely to use in a bunch of different things for deglazing pans, using in different vinaigrettes and things. I actually saw someone recently say that they made a little tincture, or not a tincture, a tonic, mixing it with seltzer water. So that's something nice you can do with your liquid. So anyway, looking forward to seeing how they turn out for you guys. See you in 2 to 4 weeks. What I'm calling a puree or whatever soup. I had a friend recently text me and ask me a good way to use up some vegetables that are about to turn, and I told her that she should put them into a pureed soup. It's really easy, and I feel like it's something else other than just the same old, throw it in a stock pot kind of thing. During these quarantine times, we don't want anything to go to waste. So anyway, for this particular soup, for a puree of whatever soup, we're gonna do a fennel, apple, and potato soup. So I'll show you real quick, and then I'm gonna get to chopping because we have a lot to do. But we have potatoes, celery, a little nub of ginger right here, fennel that looks pretty busted, but there it is, apple, and then I have some white pepper, And I don't have any homemade chicken stock right now, so I always buy Better Than Bouillon, which is like one of my favorite things ever, and I feel like it's a little secret that no one really tells you about. So I'm just gonna move this aside, and I'll tell you a little bit more about this soup so we can get things cruising. As I said, I'm gonna call it a puree of whatever soup, because you really can make this with whatever you have on hand, you know? I think these potatoes have little eyes on them, but it's just enough to where you can kind of, you know, it'll come right off. Yeah, when you peel them. So anyway, puree of whatever soup, because you can really use any veg that you have on hand. Potatoes are just nice because they thicken, obviously, the starch, and add some nice body to it. You know, in this case, apple and fennel are kind of on the sweeter side, and don't necessarily have any starch or anything in them. Apple has pectin in the skin. We're gonna peel it anyway, but yeah, I just thought the potato would help nicely. If you're using any other vegetable that doesn't have starch in it, like I don't know, a myriad of different things. You can really use anything like squash or cauliflower. You could do broccoli. Broccoli is a good example if you don't have something with starch in it. So if you wanted to make a broccoli soup, which is super delicious, I've done it a million times, just something else to do with broccoli. And it's nice because you can make it and freeze it. You can finish it with a little butter and flour mixed together, and that'll provide some nice body and really thicken it. I know some people will use flour and butter in addition to potato, but I don't think it's really necessary. When in doubt, I try and, or not when in doubt, but like in general, I try not to eat so much flour. You know, if I'm gonna eat flour, I want it to be a good piece of bread or something. Okay, so I have potato peels, by the way. I save all this stuff to make stock with. So as I mentioned today, I don't have homemade stock, but I have a little tub that I keep in my freezer. I'll show you in a few. And I just add things as they come up in the kitchen. And then when the pot gets, or the little plastic container gets full enough, I'll just add more stuff to it, or I'll take it, and then I eventually have enough to make an actual pot of stock. So everything from like potato peels, or like mushroom stems, or celery, or carrot tops, you know, that you kind of like lop off the parts that you don't want. Onion, the tops of onion are really good. I'm trying to work towards camera. It's kind of awkward too. But there you go. Just add all that in your little container, and then when it gets full enough, you're gonna have this wonderful melange of different items that you can use to make your stock with. So anyway, those potato skins will go in there. This celery is pretty busted, so that'll definitely go in there. We'll add to it. Anyway, so other ingredients I have are the fennel and apple. Obviously the apple is going to provide some nice sweetness, and fennel will as well, but you know, has kind of a different anisey flavor. I have this book that I should really show that I love to flip through sometimes. It's called, I'll go get it in a minute. It's called The Flavor Bible, but it's like the best book ever if you have something and you don't really know what to do with it. It's really lovely because you can flip through and it'll show you different flavors that complement each other, you know? So like I went through there the other day, I forget what I was making. I don't know. In this case though, I flipped through it and I was looking at fennel and I was like, oh right, ginger pairs really well with fennel. So like I have a little ginger on hand. Anyway, so there's the potato. Fennel is super sad. I'm just gonna cut up the top. I'll add that to my stock. I'll go ahead and just run my knife through it like so. My little stock pot, stock bowl. Put all that right there. And then, see it's kind of like beat up. So we'll just put our knife through it. And take off all these Ugo parts. Maybe we'll just go like that. That's pretty good. Anyway, so as I was saying, you can do this with anything. If you use a not starchy vegetable like broccoli, I think that it would be really nice to finish it with flour. You can also finish it with like sour cream or creme fraiche or something. It's really lovely. You just want to kind of dice this up, you know, so it's going to quickly stock pot. Quickly cook. Okay, but I didn't even tell you, before you get to finishing your soup, really all you're gonna do is take this veg and you just wanna sweat it off in the pot. You really don't want any color necessarily. You just don't need caramelization. It's all about like, you have your yummy vegetables. I'm gonna put these into bowls actually. You're gonna sweat them out, you know, in a pot with a little bit of salt. And that's kind of it. And then zip it up to in a blender or kind of whatever you got. I think I'll use a blender today. I actually do have an immersion blender. Let's see. See, we have all these beautiful leaves that are really nice. I don't know, what do you think? We'll do 3. We'll save half. So, same thing, just kind of run your knife through. You want like a nice little dice that's just gonna kind of easily soften in your pot. So it's also important to remember when you're chopping, use the back of your knife. See how I just took everything rather than pulling the knife across your board? You wanna go like this. Use the back. It keeps your blade sharper for longer. Oh dang, I forgot my onion. I have half an onion in here. Haha. From last night. So, I think it'd be nice to have a little piece of onion. Just to kind of round out, I don't have any carrots, but to round out the mirepoix kind of effect, it's kind of nice. Oh, this is, maybe we'll do this one. Anyway, so I've also used this method for like a million different vegetables just when you want to use them up. Again, all this is going in my little stock pot. So my personal favorite might be butternut squash. It's really delicious because you can just stick the entire butternut squash, prick it with a fork, stick the whole thing in the oven at like 400, and it caramelizes and just gets like really nice and soft, and it's infinitely easier than having to break down a butternut squash, you know? They're just kind of a pain in the booty to work with. Okay. So here's all of our veg. See, it doesn't really matter how you cut it as long as it's nice and uniform. Same with the potato. Oh, last deal, we'll have our little apple. No sticker. Some people might think you could leave on the peel. I don't think it's really necessary. They do have a lot of pectin in it, so I actually might save it and see if I can do something kind of fun. I don't know. I don't have any fruit, but they're nice if you want to make like homemade preserves or something like that. Okay, cool. So we'll put this in a different little bowl. You know, no big deal if it's not perfect. I think we'll likely go ahead and add that with the potato so it can cook down nicely. Uh-oh, hold on one sec. Patrick just walked in. Go ahead, Peebo. I think he's feeling shy that the camera might get on him, but he doesn't know it's pointed directly down, so it doesn't matter. He's not gonna walk in our shot. So you just kind of quickly zip your knife through. That's all good. Okay, perfect. So back to that book, it also was saying white pepper would be a nice flavor, and I thought that would provide some nice heat. Oh, another book that's good to talk about here is a book called Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat. It's by Semen Nostrat. And the idea behind that is like you really just want to think about salt, fat, acid, and heat whenever you're making anything. So whether it's like a soup like this, I mean any dish, truly. The idea is just like you want to round it out really nicely by thinking about salt, fat, acid, and heat. So in this case, we have, you know, salt. We're gonna add some, I think, just some plain salt. Maybe we'll add a little splash of fish sauce or something. Fat, we're gonna have fat from that we're about to add to the pot, and then we'll likely finish it off with some butter. Acid will come from the apple. We also have a little bit of white vinegar, but if you're doing this in, you know, whatever vegetable you have on hand, like some white wine is always really nice. Okay, here's our pot. I'm gonna start cruising. We gotta get this thing going. Can we see? This is our maiden voyage with this kitchen setup, so we're gonna see how it goes. Oh yeah, all right. Acid could be like white vinegar, which we have right here. Like that. And then heat though, white pepper. But you could use anything, you know? I mean, all of these are like completely interchangeable. Kind of to whatever you have on hand. That's why I felt like this is such a nice way, or a nice thing to show you guys what to go ahead and use up. Okay, cool. So, in the pot, for me, that means fennel, celery, onion. But you'll use any aromatics that you have on hand, you know? And you just kind of want to sweat them down. I'll go ahead and add some salt. Don't be afraid. I feel like when people cook at home, you would be either amazed or horrified at how much salt is added to your food in a restaurant, and that's why it tastes so delicious. If you guys are watching and you're actually cooks, then you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, that's why it tastes so good. So as a home cook, ta-da, ta-da. It's harder to over-season than you think, you know? As Mark Murphy says, he has a really good book that's called Season with Authority. Cool. All right, so we're gonna let this cruise until it's nice and translucent, and then we'll be right back. Okay, so this has only been going for like, I don't know, 3 minutes or something. Check it out. It's maybe a little bit more color than we needed, but that's okay. When in doubt, you know, spin your pot around. Every stove has hot spots, and I feel like people spend a lot of time spinning the knob. You don't need to do that, you know? Is that potato or apple? You can just spin your pot. It makes your life a lot easier to do that. You know? Alright, so you got a nice fond on the pot. I might turn down the heat just a little bit. Another pinch of salt. Like I said, don't be scared. Alright, now, check this out. See all that yummy goodness? Oh yeah. Yummy goodness. Yummy goodness, Cam. Fix it in post. There's our yummy goodness, Cam. All up in there. Check this out. See? You get all that good flavor off the side of the pan. Oh yeah. There you go. There you go. Just kind of get it going. Yeah, and you scrape up the bottom. I'm not quite ready for this. I don't think we need any more vinegar, but I will go ahead and add just a little bit of water so that you don't scorch your pan. There's a big difference between yummy, the fond is what we call that yummy stuff at the bottom. There's a big difference between fond and burning, you know? So you can hear it. Hear how everything's kind of sizzling along. That's water coming in contact with heat and evaporating. Okay, so we're gonna let that chill for a minute. Maybe add a little bit more water. And there's one thing we forgot to do. We're gonna airplane across back here. Okay, so we forgot to deal with our aromatics. Really, in this case, it's just the ginger. But I did want to show you how to peel it. So I feel like some people want to peel it like this, or peel it like this, which is not necessary. Take a spoon and you just peel like so. And it's infinitely easier and you don't use as much. See, check it out. That's all your, well, there's some celery, but. See, I've wasted like virtually no ginger. Ta-da! Oh yeah. Okay, so going back to our pot. You can hear that the moisture is drying up. One thing I think is also nice to keep in mind when you're cooking is you want to be using all your senses. You're listening, you're smelling, you can see, you're going to taste. This is a microplane. It looks like this. Oh yeah. We're just gonna grate our ginger in. This is like an inch piece of ginger. I also need a new microplane. I use a microplane for an infinite number of things. I use it for grating ginger. I use it for grating garlic a lot. It's faster and easier than grating garlic. I mean, sometimes you want it minced for certain applications, but more often than not, when I'm cooking at home, I like grating it. It just kind of melts into your food more easily. And honestly, I just prefer grating it because I think it's infinitely easier than mincing. Sorry if that's loud. Okay. There's our ginger. And then here's our white pepper. You always want to measure into your hand or into something else. I don't know. What? Teaspoon? Yeah, teaspoon. Yeah, like a little pot. You don't want to dump directly into the pot, ever. What happens when you dump in the pot and you dump the entire jar in absolutely and then your soup is ruined? It's a huge bummer. Oh my god, it smells so delicious. It smells like peppery and sweet. It's gonna be really good. Okay, so earlier I was saying that I don't have any stock. And this is definitely not as good as homemade stock, but this is something that I feel like is highly underrated and no one really tells you about. It's better than bouillon. It's constant, it's like a paste. A concentrated, amazing, I don't know what that timer's from. A concentrated stock paste, and it's really delicious. Like basic stock. Dissolve 1 teaspoon and 8 ounces of water. I never do that, honestly. Just take a nice spoonful, like so. Get it in there. I might do maybe a little more just for fun. And this stuff is so nice. I mean, I'm not going to do the math right now, but a teaspoon for 8 ounces. I don't know how many teaspoons are in this thing. 38. It says 38 in the nutrition facts. So this is whatever 38 divided by 4 is, because 4 cups are in a quart. Whatever 38 divided by 4 is how many of those boxes of stock that you've been lugging home from the store that are just not worth it. It's the same thing. It lasts a lot longer in your fridge, and it's a lot more versatile. I'll add it to all sorts of stuff. Oftentimes when I'm making rice, I'll toast the rice up a little bit and add it to the rice. I'll use it sometimes when I'm like deglazing a pan, stuff like that. Okay. Anyway, I could go on and on, but I love better than bouillon just to have on hand. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and add water. Ta-da! All of a sudden we're making stock because we already added our better than bouillon. I have no idea where my liquid measuring cup is, but here we have it. Okay, cool. And now we're just gonna let this cruise. We're gonna let it cook, break down until the potatoes are nice and tender. I really have no idea. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe 15. We'll kind of check back in and see what happens with it. And then we'll transfer it to the blender and I'll show you how to puree it. Cut. All right, so check this out. It's thickened considerably. Let's get our little cake tester. See what's going on. I think that's a potato, or an apple. Ah! All right, well, don't drop it on the floor. It's okay, we wiped it off. 5-second rule. We're at home, we're not in a commercial kitchen. All right, so, potato. Ooh, that feels nice and tender. Let's see. Yeah, cool. So I'd say that fits the bill. Nice and tender. It's gonna puree up into a lovely soup. Okay, so now our soup's done. We're gonna turn the heat off. And then I think I'm gonna use a blender. Like I said, that you could use an immersion blender, a blender. You could probably use a food processor for this, honestly, if that's all that you have. One good thing to note, you know, your food processor or your blender, you don't need to take this pot and pour it into anything, you know? Bring your blender over here. And then you scoop into there so that you're not burning yourself. I'm not sure why people opt to try and dump pots into things. I mean, you can obviously, but I just think it's a lot easier, especially as a home cook when things aren't as big, for you to go ahead and transfer it like so. I might not be able to get every bit right here, but that's okay. Pretty darn close. Okay, so we're gonna airplane over. Let's see. Our delightful soup. Looking hot, looking fresh. Oh, amazing. Okay, we're doing parkour with our camera here. Up on the top of the refrigerator. Okay, so we have the hot soup in the blender. Next thing, you're gonna take your lid, take the top off, because what you need is you need somewhere for the steam to escape. It's gonna build up in there if you don't take that off. So when you're working with anything hot, take off the top, take a rag, and put it right on top. And then you're gonna take your blender, you wanna start on the lowest setting and flip it on, and then you can increase the speed as it's running. So you're just gonna do that. I personally, for the soup, I think I'm gonna do it until it's nice and smooth. If you look at it and you think it needs a bit more liquid, then we'll add liquid. But for now, we'll roll with this and see what happens. Nice, it's already nice and smooth. See right there? Oh yeah, so it's super thick. I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit of water. You could add chicken stock, whatever you want, whatever you choose. I can already see this is gonna be nice and thick. This is gonna be great. All right, go back down to low, don't forget. All right, now keep going. Oh, amazing. Okay, this looks great. All right, so we have it nice and smooth. I feel like we didn't mention this enough earlier. Well, here's, first of all, butter. I have it on a plate right here because I actually got it. When you get it from the restaurant, it's a big pound block like that, and I cut it into sticks because I got it from my friend's restaurant. But I feel like we didn't talk about this much earlier. You really, any kind of soup that you want to do, this is perfect for using up old veg. So it's like, you could use cauliflower, broccoli, potatoes, sweet potatoes, any kind of greens. You could make a spinach soup like this. You could make like a really yummy beet soup like this. I've had a cream of celery soup that was really delicious. It was celery that was blended and then added, I think they used mascarpone, if I remember. But anything that you have on hand, it really is like the perfect application. Butternut squash is probably my ultimate favorite. Okay, so I'm back to Semen Nostrat's book. Like I said, you want some good fat to break it up. So here we have just some butter. I don't know, it's like a tablespoon and a half. And when you think about it, It's like the salt thing. It's hard to add too much butter to your food when you're at home, and you would be amazed at how much butter is in your food at the grocery store. It's really not that much. I'll probably have more, honestly. Back down to low. We'll go up. This is a good thing to keep in mind. I can hear it. I could hear that it's stuck. What happens is when the cyclone goes, there's an air bubble in the bottom. Gotta go like that. There it goes. It kind of burps out the little air bubble. Add a bit more water. I'm gonna add a bit more butter, just for good measure. Just for fun. All right, this will probably be the last time. Oh my gosh, this looks great. So let's give it a taste. Oh man. Oh wow, it's better than I thought it was gonna be. That is so delicious. It's sweet and it's spicy from that white pepper and the ginger. Oh my gosh, and it's nice and creamy from the potato. I don't know if you can see this. Oh my God, it's so delicious. This is very exciting. I will definitely be making this again. Anyway, so to finish this, you can obviously, you wanna let it come to room temperature. Eat it right away or tonight. But also in a perfect world, you'll stick it in the freezer and you'll have it when you need something delicious to have on hand for dinner. You can garnish it with anything you choose. I think I'll probably garnish mine with celery leaves and maybe a little bit of olive oil. Oh, amazing. Okay, we're doing parkour with our camera here. Up on the top of the refrigerator. Okay, so we have the hot soup in the blender. Next thing, you're gonna take your lid, take the top off, because what you need is you need somewhere for the steam to escape. It's gonna build up in there if you don't take that off. So when you're working with anything hot, take off the top, take a rag and put it right on top. And then you're gonna take your blender, you wanna start on the lowest setting and flip it up, flip it on, and then you can increase the speed as it's running. So you're just gonna do that. I personally, for this soup, I think I'm gonna do it until it's nice and smooth. If you look at it and you think it needs a bit more liquid, then we'll add liquid. But for now, we'll roll with this and see what happens. It's already nice and smooth. See right there? Oh yeah, so it's super thick. I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit of water. You could add chicken stock, whatever you want, whatever you choose. I can already see this is gonna be nice and thick. This is gonna be great. All right, go back down to low, don't forget. All right, now keep going. Oh, amazing. Okay, this looks great. All right, so we have it nice and smooth. I feel like we didn't mention this enough earlier. Well, here's, first of all, butter. I have it on a plate right here because I actually got it. When you get it from the restaurant, it's a big pound block like that, and I cut it into sticks because I got it from my friend's restaurant. But I feel like we didn't talk about this much earlier. You really, any kind of soup that you want to do, this is perfect for using up old veg. So it's like you could use cauliflower, broccoli, potatoes, sweet potatoes, any kind of greens. You could make a spinach soup like this. You could make like a really yummy beet soup like this. I've had a cream of celery soup that was really delicious. It was celery that was blended and then added, I think they used mascarpone, if I remember. But anything that you have on hand, it really is like the perfect application. Butternut squash is probably my ultimate favorite. Okay, so and back to Semen Nostrat's book. Like I said, you want some good fat to break it up. So here we have just some butter. I don't know, it's like a tablespoon and a half. And when you think about it, it's like the salt thing. It's hard to add too much butter to your food when you're at home, and you would be amazed at how much butter is in your food at the grocery store. It's really not that much. I'll probably have more, honestly. Back down to low. We'll go up. All right, let's give it one final taste. This is exciting. It smells amazing. Oh my God. Wow. It's delicious and honestly infinitely better than I thought it was gonna be. It's like nice and thick from the potato and it's sweet from the apple. It's really nice. It all like pairs really well together. Oh, and it's got like a little kick from the white pepper and ginger. Oh, it's warming. This is really, really, really delicious. So anyway, I hope I taught you a nice little trick about what to do with your leftover veggies. If you post it on Instagram, feel free to tag me. All right, we're going handheld. Check it out. See how thick it is? You can obviously make yours thinner or thicker just depending on what you're working with. I think I'm just gonna do a nice little olive oil. And then some of these celery leaves look kind of nice, so I might just use them. Alrighty, bon appetit.
was born in the east coast of China, urban city called Hangzhou, very near Shanghai, which is, most beautiful city. And I grew up singing Uyghur music, which is translated into Chinese. And so I thought, I never been there. I never visited the Xinjiang area. So, being a musician, being play so many different kind of music and work with the different cultural background musicians. And I sort of rethinking, I want to rediscover my roots. And because people came from that area. Right now, the instrument you see, it's very much pear-shaped with the 4 strings, and actually very flat, the back. But that kind of shape came from 2,000 years ago, came from Central Asia. This project actually worked a couple years, I think 2 years, and more like a coming back to what the people's roots, and to play with the people's ancestors, different instruments from Central Asia, from Uyghur culture. Actually, first time Uyghur musician totally opened up to a Chinese musician, and we talk about everything, music, life, and the history. It was really, really touching. This collaboration gave us open mind, give us a fresh idea, this is the first time Central Asian music or musician work with a Chinese musician. This is the label for this kind of music.
My name is Wu Man. I play instrument called pipa. It's a pear-shaped, a lute-like plucking instrument with 4 strings. Pipa existed in China about 2,000 years. Quite old instrument. A lot of painting and poem talk about pipa. So my parents actually picked the pipa for me. And they thought, for girl, the shape of the pipa, very elegant, just such beautiful to hold. Of course, I have no choice. A very different education system in China. Become a professional musician is not my decision. I was 9 years old, and I already knew that pipa will be, or music will be my career. I came to the United States in 1990. It was really shocking for a young kid. I grew up with no other country's music. I want to challenge myself. I want to see how the musician's life outside of China, and how can I survive, just play my traditional Chinese instrument. I really wanted to explore different kind of music, to work with the different musicians. So 1999, Mr. Ma had the idea of Silk Road Project, and he asked me if I interested. I think this ensemble is very unique. First of all, we all came from different cultural background. Secondly, we were all very young when we started. Many of the members, they were just got out from school and had no experience at all. Sort of we grew up together as a musician, and we all very passionate about music as well as wanted to know other culture. I have pipa and the shakuhachi on the bars 56.
The pipa shakuhachi is before 56.
So what is that? Cadenza? Every rehearsal process, I learned from all the other musicians. That's the spirit of this ensemble. Of course, there are challenges. The sound of each instrument is very different. I remember first time I played with Mr. Ma, and his cello sounds a huge sound and played for the bigger concert hall without amplification. And for my instrument, a plucking instrument, very different color of the sound. And how can we play together? What is the balance?
The coolest thing is that actually for the first time in my life, I'm actually seeing what Wuman's talked about, is that the pipa and the oud are actually together, side by side.
Same color.
I know. I don't know how you... That's incredible.
We called it this morning.
You did, huh? It's a true coordination.
Definitely. It's a band.
I should cut my hair short.
I think so, and wear glasses.
We can all make the Beatles.
A lot of details during the rehearsal process we have to figure out. Definitely I changed the way I play the instrument, or I changed, or I gained the knowledge about how I deal with the different music styles. When you going back to play your own traditional music, you feel differently. You feel much makes sense to you, and you feel music actually all same, the language. You know, people always mention the East means West. I always laughing at that because, well, globe is round. So where is East? Where is West? It's just a different culture. I think I'm a very fortunate person. I had a chance to come live in the West, and I learned both culture. That's the richest part for musician, for artist. There is no limitation. There's no box, put myself there. I don't like that. I want to just get out and see the world.
so small.
down. It's time to pick up your socks.
Aha! Mm-hmm. looking for a weather update, please, along our route of flight.
aurora borealis, the northern lights, are caused by energetic charged particles, mostly electrons, that bombard the Earth's upper atmosphere. The process is similar to that which occurs in the electrical discharge tubes, commonly used in commercial advertising signs. The atoms and molecules that make up the air we breathe emit light of characteristic colors when struck by high-velocity electrons. The most characteristic color in the aurora, green, comes from oxygen. The pink color in the aurora is actually a mixture of red and blue, both from nitrogen. Because the electrons are charged, they're deflected by the Earth's magnetic field. For this reason, the northern lights most commonly occur in a narrow band that crosses northern Scandinavia, Canada, Alaska, and the Soviet Union.
Along our route of flight.
There's a similar band surrounding the magnetic pole in the southern hemisphere, but it crosses mostly uninhabited areas. Simultaneous photographs taken from airplanes in the southern and northern hemispheres show that the lights are like mirror images of each other. Although auroral displays are seen most often in the polar regions, they are occasionally observed at lower latitudes as well. There are several reports of auroras from ancient times, from Greece and Rome, and also from China. One night during the reign of Tiberius Caesar, there appeared to be flames and smoke near the horizon. It was thought that the town of Ostia was in flames, and the Roman soldiers hurried there to help. But there was no fire. The red glow, apparently an aurora, lasted most of the night.
Hey, I'm Chelsea Hansen. I am the mask artist for Whimsic, and this is my little studio, and I'm just going to show you the steps that I go through to make a mask. So first what I do is I find a plastic container. Has to fit your head. We have our form, the plastic form, and we're going to be covering that completely with the clay. And this clay is just any type of clay, the cheapest clay you can, because it's just used as a sculpting for mold's sake. So you cover that form, that plastic form that you have, completely with the clay, and then there is what you're going to build off of. While I'm building my top of the head mask, I'm thinking about how this guy is going to be oriented in space. So I'm already thinking about how he's moving, where he's going to be looking. And I usually start with a feature, and because these masks are caricatures, I accentuate the features. They're oversized, or even undersized. You can have them really tiny, like a really tiny nose and really big eyes, or so just think about what your guy's or animal is going to be looking like. I like starting with the nose just because that's like the middle feature. It helps to make it so that it's not a solid chunk of clay. If you can make it hollow, like a little pot, to create that nose feature. So don't try to make a big solid chunk of clay and making the nose. The thing that I'm always thinking of while I'm making it is this character alive? You want to check throughout your building process. I put the mask on my wrist like this, and I have it look into a mirror, and you're wanting to just see, move it around and see how it looks. Can you make it so that it looks in a certain way? Like, that it's making eye contact, it's looking at something. So while you're moving it around, you're checking. Is it looking at you? Is it looking down? Is it looking to its right and left and up to the ceiling? So you're just trying to give it life. With the eyeball, I make the shape of the eyeball and think about how that's going to be placed on the face. And after I've put the eyeball down, I need to think about the eyelid. So the clay, we want it to come apart easy. We're not wanting it to stick together completely. So then I get the eyelids in there. And eyelids are very distinct, gives the feature, pretty important feature. Now I'm just going to work on the inside of the eye. And that's making like the iris and the pupil. And that part, when you're doing this, is when you're also going to be wanting to check and look that your mask is coming to life, because the eye is the key in giving him, you know, visual cue of like he's looking at you or not looking at you. And when I'm doing the pupil, the key is to give it not just a circular shape. You don't want just one big black dot. So here I'm showing you the difference. When you're making the pupil, you'll want to give it an odd shape rather than a one big circle, because when you have one big circle, it's just like a zombie. If you have it where the shape is varied, that can help the eye look. The thing to also realize is don't be afraid, because that with clay, it's an additive and a subtractive process. You can add clay and then you can take it away. So it's not ever a mistake. There's always time to readjust. Like that, the nose just bent on that one part. So I was like, oh, well, maybe that would be a cool feature. Maybe his nose has ripples or something. Allow yourself to notice those things, like something that happens before you, rather than it's not a preconceived notion, it's just something that you see. Even your character's features, so that there's a balance, the weight, you know, because you can make a mask where one of the features is weighing too much, like just taking up too much of the, it takes too much of the focus, where you're wanting the whole mask to be looked at. Of course, all the features, see, so this guy, just giving him a little more of a head, brow, how it changes. So that's how he looks like with the brow. There's what he looked like without it. So you can just, add all sorts of things to figure out, maybe he needs some ears. So you can play with different features. And like I said, clay is an additive and subtractive process. So you can always add ears and see, oh, well, does that work for that character? Should he have ears, or should he have a big chin or something? And you can put those on, and if you don't like it, don't be afraid. Like, you can always take those things off, because that's the beauty of the clay. This guy, I feel, is getting close to finished. So you just add and subtract until you're happy with your character. You feel that he's got an expression and he's alive. And once you're happy with that mask, then we move to the next step of the mask making process. Okay, so this mask, so you had your clay form that you just finished, and the next step is to cover that clay form with tissue or toilet paper, and that makes it the toilet paper is a releasing agent, so that when we put the next layer, which has got a glue base, that will release from the clay. So I just paint the clay itself with water, and then I just stick the tissue paper into the crevices using the brush to just help get in that, and it's just a slightly wetted brush. So once you have covered your face, your mask completely with the tissue, you can move on to the paper mache. For the paper mache technique, I use this is tarlatan, and it's used in printmaking. Tarlatan is like a stiff cheesecloth. They just added something to give it some stiffness, so that just helps you in working with it to apply. With the tarlatan, I use a paper mache medium, a glue. Wallpaper paste is our gluing agent. And when you're applying the wallpaper paste, you want to just use your fingers to take the excess paste off. You don't want it to be soaking wet, you just want it to be coated. You just want the wallpaper paste to coat that surface. I have a small detail that's a little trickier that I can't quite get into the crevices. I'll cut this shape a little smaller so that I can get it into the smaller features, like sometimes with the eyes and things. Or you can use tools to help you get it down into areas like the mouth. So I do 3 layers of the tarlatan. All right, so now you've covered your mask with 3 layers minimum of tarlatan. You can do more, but I find 3 layers works pretty well. And you're gonna have to leave that for a day to dry. The wallpaper paste has to dry on the form, so you just leave it. And then when you come back, you're gonna be taking the mold out. So you're removing your basic form, and then we're digging the clay out of the mask. Clay tools I use sometimes to just dig it out because there's parts that are not as easy. Once you've dug out all that clay, you're going to be looking to find if your mask has any weak points. And I'm also going to trim this edge and fold a piece of tarlatan over that. And you want this edge to be stronger as well, because that's what's going to hold the most pressure. And then you have that done, and we'll be moving on to the next step. Now, after you finish the clay out, your mask will be just looking like this. It has a shiny glue finish. And in order to get your mask to take away, there's that texture of the tarlatan, I add a modeling paste. It's called Liquitex modeling paste. It just gives it strength as well as giving you a texture that's not the fabric. You can add as many layers of this as you want. So you put your first layer down, and if you want to do a second layer, you got to let it dry in between. Once you've done your molding paste and you've let that dry, now we have our mask and it's ready to put the gesso, or I use just plain white paint to prime it so that you'll be ready for the painting portion. So you put that paint on the front of the mask, I pour it on there and then paint it in. And this is just to seal the modeling paste layer so that you don't have to use as much of your paint to cover a surface. And then you want to also do it on the inside of the mask just to give it a clean finish. And once you've got your gesso on your mask, you're ready to decide what your base color is going to be. So the base color is the mid-tone of the mask. So depending on what kind of character it is, this guy's a human face, so I'll be thinking of more of a fleshy tone, but if you had, say, a turtle, you'll probably be wanting to think a little more green. So what I'm trying to decide on is my mid-tone. And so I get my fleshy colors of what I want, maybe adding a little red or what you're thinking your mid-tone is going to be. The mid-tone is the key because with that we're covering the entire mask with this mid-tone. The whole mask is covered with this, and then we go back in and do the highlights and the shadows. So we're just mixing it until we're happy and we have a mid-tone that we think is going to work. So you want it not to be too dark or I guess too light, because you want to be able to lighten it and darken it for the details of the shadows and highlights. And once I'm happy with the mid-tone, I'm just covering the entire mask with that color. Once you have your mask covered with your mid-tone, you're going to come back and first I go back to do the shadow. So I add black paint or just some more of the darker paints to get the darker mid-tone. And you come back and do the detail of the shadows. Then I come back to do the highlights, points that are reflecting from the light. And then I come back to do the details, like the eyes. The eyes are usually my last thing that I come back to paint. We have our final mask with its highlights and its shadows and its details, the eyes and the reflections. So then our final step is to add the strap that holds the mask on our head. So we make 2 holes with a needle on the side of the mask. Then we, using fishing line, we make a loop of the fishing line and sew elastic onto that fishing line so that it will fit on your head. So just to review the steps, first we started with our plastic form, whatever size that fit on the top of our head. Then we built clay up off of that and added the character's features, making sure that that mask was alive. Then we covered our clay with a releasing agent tissue paper, and then over that we did our paper mache technique using tarlatan, 3 layers minimum of the tarlatan, our dried tarlatan mask where we scooped out the clay, and then we made sure to patch up the holes, and then we add our layer of modeling paste. Then when the modeling paste, we're happy with that, we've sanded it to where we feel it works good. Then we go to the gesso and the mid-tone painted layer, then adding our shadow and highlight details. Then finishing off with our mask, the painting with all highlights and shadows added. Then we go ahead and add our the strap that's holding the mask on our head. And you can become the Froggy. And that, the end.
Don't you know you gotta be? You gotta be. Don't you know you gotta be? You gotta. Don't you know you gotta be? Everybody knows you gotta be. You know you gotta be. You gotta. You know you gotta be. You gotta. You know you gotta be. You gotta. You know you gotta be. You know you gotta be. You gotta. You gotta. You gotta. Everybody knows you gotta be. 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 Don't you know you gotta be? 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 Don't you know you gotta be?
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Crumpled Stuff, my new online class about making things out of cardboard, like this, ooh, and paper mache, like this. There's going to be two parts for now. Part one will be the basics of cardboard as a material, how to make some simple shapes, and understanding the innate structures within it. Part two will be taking that cardboard object and covering it in this paper mache skin, which makes it much more rigid and durable and look nice. All right, let's get started. Now, first thing we're going to want to do is assemble our material and our tools. We're going to be using corrugated cardboard, which is the standard of any cardboard box that you know and love. Corrugation is when there's two outer plies of thin cardstock sandwiched between these ribs or ridges or alternating zigzags. That's going to give it a lot of structure, and it's going to let us build all kinds of things. Now, in terms of tools, it's really about being resourceful. I'm pretty outfitted with all kinds of cutting and attachment devices, but whatever you have, we can make it work. So if you have a utility knife or a box cutter, that's ideal. That's where the name comes from, cutting boxes. If you have one of these snap blades, perfect. X-Acto knife, perfect. Scissors are not the best tool for this because they're not designed to cut thicker cardboard, but they'll definitely work. If you have pruning shears, those work super well. They really do a good job of cutting through thicker stuff. Same is true with tin snips. They're a great way to cut cardboard. And if you have a small hand saw, that's really useful in sawing through rolled cardboard or multiple layers that have been stacked together. Again, if you don't have any of these tools and you're struggling, feel free to reach out to me. That's cutting. Now we have to attach the cardboard to itself. This is my favorite tool for doing that. It's a heavy gauge grip or plier style stapler. It really lets you get through all kinds of different stock, no problem. It's also got this sword or bayonet on the end. What that does is it lets you skewer the center part of a material and then staple an area that you might not be able to reach otherwise. So again, this is ideal. You probably don't have one of these, but if you have a regular stapler or a more light gauge stapler like this, that can work fine too. If you have hot glue works perfect. If you have double stick tape like this, that works great. If you have masking tape, you can wrap it around the cardboard, or you can make, the classic loops. Those work great. Packing tape works really well. Zip ties can work really well. Again, it's all about working with what you got, not what you wish you had. Okay, back to our box. So in a normal, standard cardboard box, there's actually a lot of technology in keeping it secure and stable. Because if you imagine a warehouse full of stacked boxes, they have to be able to support the weight of the previous one on top of the next one. The way that works is this corrugation that I mentioned earlier. So if you see, the zigs don't run on both sides. They only run on the top. What that means is that there are these vertical ridges inside the structure of each sheet of cardboard. And it's almost like a wall at a house. These are all 2x4 studs that are keeping it together. And the next box on top of the stack is like the roof of the house, pushing down on it. So this corrugation allows the box to really be able to take a lot of weight, no problem. So we want to use that corrugation to our advantage. So what we can do, let's just cut off a piece. Now if you notice, the corrugation, these ribs naturally like to be rolled this way. Because what happens is that all the ribs are still preserved. They're all basically as strong as they were when it was an undamaged sheet, but you've gotten a lot more flexibility now. So let's say I'm at this curve shape, I can still push down on it, and it's pretty rigid. Now, the other direction, if I tried to roll it this way, it really doesn't like being rolled that way. See, before it had those nice even ridges when I rolled it, and this way, it just doesn't like it. That's because every time you roll it this way, you're breaking those ribs. You're smashing the structure. So not only is it harder to roll your shape into a curved surface, once you have rolled it, it's really not strong at all. So now I'm going to break down the different elements of this jug vase thing and how I put this object together. So the first thing I did was I took a seltzer bottle and I sliced the top off. That does a couple things. One, it gives you a nice foundation to build off of. Cardboard can be very structurally sound, but if you're just figuring it out and experimenting, it's nice to not have to worry about it falling apart. So you can use this as your core and build off of that. What that also does is it makes the interior of your object waterproof, which is cool for the rest of its life as an object, because it means you can fill this with water, you can put flowers in it, you could put pens or whatever and not worry about it damaging the exterior. Okay, so let's say you've cut the top off your bottle and you have something to build off of. So let's go back to this jug. As I mentioned earlier, we want to work with our corrugation as much as possible, but we don't always have to. It's about using the corrugation strategically. So this piece was made from 3 sheets of cardboard. 1 sheet for this middle section, 1 for the arm, 1 for the other arm. This bulging part was made from the same sheet of cardboard. So if you imagine we took a cylinder and we pushed it down, that's what this bulge is. Now this bulge has more area than it did before. So you have to make these slits or slices throughout the middle section, letting it expand out. So what I did was I measured the circumference of my vase, and then I measured out a sheet of cardboard that was that circumference plus another inch so that it could overlap and allow you to attach it back to itself. And then I went through and I measured 1-inch sections throughout the whole thing. And notice that the sections do not extend on the top or the bottom. That's because I didn't slice the top or the bottom here. I only sliced the bulging section. And I want to preserve this section and this section as much as possible. As you can see here, it let me still make a nice smooth rolled surface. Okay, so now I'm going to go through and I'm going to slice along each of these lines, going from this top line to this bottom line. So I'm going to go through and do that to all of these. Jumping ahead in time, I've made these slices throughout the cardboard. As you can see, these middle sections are all separated, but the top is still one piece. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through and I'm going to break all the ribs in this middle section. So I'm going to take my ruler and I'm going to sort of make a separation line. Now again, what I want what I want is this section to be flat, and then bulge up in the center. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of massage it down like this. And just one more time, I'm going to do my best not to damage this section or this section, just this middle section. And if I have like a rolling pin, you can roll it on that. If you have a seltzer bottle, you can break it up with that. If you have a ruler, you can go through and just kind of soften up this section. But what you're really trying to do is just loosen up all of that corrugation and make it much more pliable and bendy. Okay, so now you can see we've got a pretty good little arch in the center. And wherever you see little chunky bits, that's where the corrugation wasn't quite broken up evenly. So you can sort of go through and smooth it out, or not. I personally like the aesthetic when these are kind of wonky, but it really just about how much time you want to go through and make everything smooth and clean looking. Okay, so once you have this hump section, now what we're going to do is we're going to wrap it this way. So this is the top edge around our bottle. Pretty cool. So now we have this expanded out section in the middle of our object. So now you can see I went through and I attached my bulging sheet of cardboard onto my water bottle. I attached the top edge with staples, and then I went through and attached the bottom with tape as a way to show that you don't need the staples to attach things onto cardboard and plastic, because again, this will all be ultimately covered in paper mache. And the paper mache is going to lock the whole thing in place, and it'll dry and tighten it up and make it much more rigid and make it work much better. So tape is really fine for much of this stuff. Now if you notice, the bulging sections are quite wide. So when we paper mache it, the paper mache will cover over that, but it may dip down and be not as much of a continuous surface. That can be fine if that's what you want, but you could also go through and cut yourself some little pieces that go in the gaps. So you can go through and stick these on, like that, which will make it a much more smooth, continuous surface. That's just a choice, if that's what you want to do. It can also look really cool to have these voids when you paper mache it. You could also exploit the voids. You could paper mache it and let the paper mache fall down between here, give it, more of a scallop surface. It's all your choice. So the way I made the arms of this jug was similar to the bulging section, but rotated 90 degrees. So I went through and I took a sheet of cardboard and rolled it very tightly, like this, along the corrugation line, and made a stick like this. It's a pretty durable rod. And then I went along and made these slices in it throughout periodically throughout the surface, leaving the back edge of the stick, which is now acting as a hinge. You can see here, the inside of this is uncut. The outside has been sliced. So what that means, here, what that means is that I can bend the section like this and make a nice curved shape, which I can take advantage of by this way, by making a nice curve that way. Or if I wanted to now change the direction and make the cuts on the opposite side, now you can make yourself a nice S curve. And then once you have your little handle, you would just attach it here, attach it here. I used hot glue for this one. You could tape it on, you could do whatever. Maybe you do like this. That could be cool actually, a little third arm. Cool, I think that's everything. Oh yeah, and then I also went through and made these little slits on the top so that when it's all macheted, it'll flare out a little bit. Just thought it would kind of look nice. Cool. That's our jug thing. All right, well, thank you for watching and or participating in Crumpled Stuff, the first session of my new online workshop series. I really love working with cardboard and paper mache. It's probably my favorite material. I love that it's so cheap and often free. I love that it's really easy to work with. I love that it's forgiving, and I really love that it's eco-friendly. It kind of drives me crazy that so many artists make art that's about sustainability and the environment and climate change when the art itself is extremely resource heavy and wasteful and decadent, when I think you can make really cool, interesting, resonant art out of nothing. So thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this session or got anything out of it, feel free to kick me a few bucks over at Venmo. I'm at Nick DeMarco. You definitely don't have to. It's hard times for everybody. Thanks. Bye. Welcome back to Crumpled Stuff, my workshop series focusing on cardboard, paper mache, and other simple found materials. Today we're going to be going over paper mache, how to make it, how to use it, and why I think it's cool. There's a lot of different styles and recipes for making paper mache. My preferred method is cornstarch. That's all you need, cornstarch and water. When you're buying your cornstarch, this is the brand I like. It's the easiest to find and it's the cheapest. You want the cheapest cornstarch not only because it's cheap, but because the cheaper stuff has nothing else in it. I've seen fancier cornstarches that have like whatever added to it, but this stuff, you can see it says ingredient, singular, cornstarch. That's all we want, cornstarch. Okay, so let's get started. First, let's assemble our materials. You're not going to need any fancy supplies to make paper mache, just fancy techniques. So like I mentioned, we're going to start with cornstarch. We have 1 cup of that. We're also going to need water, both boiling water and lukewarm water. And then we're going to need paper to make the paper part of the mache. I prefer brown paper grocery bags. If you don't have any of these on hand anymore because you've switched to reusable bags like we all should, then any kind of heavy paper will work great. If you have butcher paper, craft paper, that's ideal. But if you don't have any heavier craft paper like that, you can use printer paper, you can use newspaper. I personally don't love newspaper. I find it to be too thin, but it's all about being resourceful. So whatever you have, we can always make it work. Okay, that's our paper. And then we're gonna need a nice sized mixing bowl, something to mix with. I have my cool bent up fork that I like. You're gonna need a tray to take the paper mache and put onto as you're working. And then you're gonna need an object to apply your paper mache onto. If you watched my previous video, I went over how to make this cardboard vessel. Since that video, I built it out a little bit, added some more shape here, added a top, put these arms on. I also put some weight in the bottom. I added a second cap of plastic on the top, on the bottom, and put some screws inside to weigh it down. So now it's a little bit more stable. You know, optional. If you didn't build anything out of cardboard, paper mache can be attached to almost anything. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, so let's start making the goop. Take 1 cup of cornstarch and put it in your mixing bowl. Add to that 1 cup of lukewarm water. You don't want this water to be hot because that will activate the starch too early. You don't want it to be too cold because then the starch will not want to activate at all. So you want it to be just right. So now we're going to go and mix the starch and water until it's this thin slurry. Okay, that looks good. Now this part is very important. We're going to add 1 quart of boiling water, about 4 cups, to this slurry. As we pour, we're going to whisk continuously. When that happens, it's going to activate all the starch and turn it into this thick, beautiful, glossy gel. That's our goop. The technique is really important in this because it's really easy to not have the chemical reaction happen where it turns into that gel. It's happened to me many times. So the key is that you want your water to be really boiling, a full rolling boil, and you want to pour the water as fast as you can. I've made the mistake before of doing a slow stream, but you want to really dump the boiling water while you're doing this as quickly as you can. All right, here we go. So I've got my nice, robust boil really cooking. So I'm gonna, again, continuously whisk. I'm gonna take my boiling water, I'm gonna pour it in. And just like that, we have this beautiful, glossy goop. Oh yeah. I really honestly think that fresh paper mache goop is just one of the most beautiful things. Look at that. Oh baby. Mama. Okay. So this is our goop. Now, this is gonna be boiling hot. So if you wanted to, you can thin it out a little bit by adding cold water. You can also put it in the fridge, you can put it aside, let it cool for a little while. As my goop cools and gets to a more comfortable temperature for my little hands, I'm gonna show you how to fillet a brown paper bag. So when we're making our mache, what we're doing is we're getting rid of all the machined edges. First, we're gonna take off the handles. Okay, now open it up, and we're gonna remove the spine, which is this seam that runs down the paper bag. If you take 2 fingers and kind of hold it in place, you can remove just that piece. Now we're gonna remove this foot going along this folded edge. So now we have our fillet, and then we're going to take this top machined edge and we're going to take that off. So the reason why you want to take off the machined edge is that this rougher edge now has all these soft layers to it, and as we make our goop and our mache, these soft fluffy layers will merge together much better and make a nice smooth surface. This machined edge will never really go away. It won't attach as well, it'll kind of flap up, and it just won't work very well. So you want to remove that edge. So now you have a sheet with no machined edges. Make a bunch of squares that are roughly hand size. My goop has now cooled to a pretty comfortable temperature. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my sheets of paper, I'm going to scoop a little goop, I'm going to cover both sides thoroughly with the goop. Look at how luxurious and glossy it gets. It's very soothing to assemble your papier-mâché. So don't leave any dry bits, and get it nice and covered. So this is about the amount of coverage you want. You don't want it sopped, but you want it pretty good. So then we're gonna wad it up into this loose ball You can see it's not so tight that I squeezed it, but it's pretty well together. Put that ball on the tray. Now I'm going to go through all my paper. I'm going to make all these balls, and I'm going to sit this one here and let it cook. Let it melt and congeal. And by the time I finish a section of balls, the first ones are pretty much ready to use. Now there's the question of what are we going to apply our paper mache to? As I said previously, I'm going to use this cardboard vessel I made in the last video, but you don't have to do that. Paper mache will stick to all kinds of stuff. Whatever you have lying around, you can make into a paper mache sculpture. Blue foam is something that I use a lot to carve with. It sticks great to paper mache. If you're a clay person, clay and paper mache go great together. What I would do if you're going to use clay is wrap the clay in cellophane wrap, something that the paper mache won't stick to, because clay will kind of melt into the paper mache. You can use wire, you can use, found objects, stick them together, cover them in paper mache. What I love about working with paper mache is that it unifies the surface. So, the bottom of this was plastic bottle, the side is cardboard, but now it makes it much more cohesive. So if I wanted to cover this in paint, I could. If I wanted to take an object just as is, not change it, I could paper mache this jar, and then it becomes a great surface to paint designs onto, whatever you want. All right, I think my wads are pretty well cooked. You don't want to wait too long because the sheet will break down to the point where it's no longer a sheet, and the structural integrity of the paper becomes more difficult, but this is a nice amount of melt. So what I'm going to do is take a little bit of goop, I'm going to apply it directly to my object. What's nice about working with cardboard specifically is that it like the paper, absorbs the mache. The cardboard will get more rigid from the mache in the same way that the paper will on top of it. I think they become really nice together. So I'm going to cover my guy in goop. You want to be careful to just get it wet. You don't want it so thick that the goop can't dry under it, because you can definitely have a piece that seems as though it's dry, but there will still be some gunk under the surface that will sometimes never quite dry. All right, so for now, I just gunked up this one section. If I do the whole thing, it might start to dry before I get it done. So I'm just gonna do this part for now. I'm gonna take my sheet, I'm gonna rip small sections from it. Because if I take the whole sheet and I apply it here, I'm gonna lose all that detail. So what I wanna do is just take my little piece and apply it in a way where it's nice and smooth. And when there's a crack or a seam, you can take a fingernail or a little, tool or a spoon or a ruler you have. If you want to, you can work it in the cracks or not. Now, one more thing to think about is that if you're doing a thinner paper, like newspaper or computer paper or a magazine or whatever paper you decide to use, if it's not as thick as this brown paper or craft paper, I would probably skip the wadded up ball method and just take a sheet of paper, rip the machine edges off, apply the goop to it, both sides again, and stick it right onto the object. I would experiment. If you find that your paper is too thin, keep playing with it until you get the effect that you want. Now as I finish up this first layer, something to think about is how many layers you're going to apply to your object. I mean, there's a few different rule of thumbs you can think about. You know, you want to remember that this is essentially a sheet of paper with some glue on it. So every layer is like a sheet and a half of paper. So, you know, for this case, this is not something that needs to be structurally sound. It already has the cardboard underneath. You know, for most of it, I think one layer will be fine. You know, I have these ridges here. Let's say I want to really preserve a little bit of that hard edge. One layer will be fine. Because if I do 3 or 4 layers, it's going to soften up a lot and you'll lose that crispness. Maybe you want that. If you put on 4 or 5 layers, it's going to look, these indentations will get much more subtle. But even still, like this connection point here, I would probably do at least 2 or 3 layers, even on this simple object, on that connection point. If this was a load-bearing object, like if you were making a puppet or a costume or something that was getting a lot of action, I would plan on, you know, at least 3 layers. Because really, if you take care of this stuff, don't get it wet, it can last indefinitely. So if you imagine the life of the object in the future, you know, maybe you'll be careful with it, but who knows who will yank on it and what the stress point will be. So I would really plan on this being a permanent object that, you know, could last forever. I've now flipped my object upside down so that I can get the underside. Flipping it around like this also gives you a new perspective to see any areas that might not look right or that you couldn't quite see. All right, and my object is now fully covered in paper mache. I'm gonna let it dry. I set up this piece of wood on a clamp here, and I'm gonna hang it upside down. So this way, nothing that's wet will be touching the ground. If you don't have a situation where you can hang it upside down like this, you can apply the paper mache in 2 sections. So do the top half, let that dry, flip it, do the bottom half. What to do with the rest of your goop? If you have leftover goop, you can save it. It will keep indefinitely. Just grab a sheet of cellophane and you would just make sure that it comes in contact with the goop so there's not any air touching it, and this will keep in the fridge indefinitely. If you don't want to keep it, if you have had enough goop, you can just pour it down the drain, you know, whatever. It's totally water soluble, non-toxic. Today has become tomorrow and my vessel is now fully dried. Or I should say it's 98% dry. There's still a few little spots that are kind of wet. I would probably let it get 100% dry before I painted it or did anything else to it. But at this point you can handle it and not really worry about messing it up. Drying time really varies with paper mache depending on the environment that it's in. If it's a hot summer day in the sun, your paper mache can dry in an hour, 2 hours. But you know, it's still a pretty dreary spring here in New York, so it took overnight and it's still not 100% cured. But this could be a finished object if I wanted to. I could add paint to it. I like using house paint because that makes it a little bit waterproof. You could add flocking to it, you could put feathers on it, you could put rhinestones on it. This can be a foundation for more building, or this can be the finished object. If you wanted to, you could go through and sand off rough spots and little folds, and then do spot touch-ups to make it more perfectly smooth. Cover it in plaster. Really anything that you want to do, you can do with paper mache. That's it for today. Thank you for watching and or participating in this workshop. If you got anything out of it, feel free to kick me a few bucks at Venmo. I'm at Nick DeMarco. Don't feel obligated to, it's hard times for all of us. But if you do make anything from the workshop, please do send it over to me. A bunch of people sent me stuff they made from episode 1 and it warmed my little heart. I'm gonna post the recipe for the goop in the comments so you can look at that. And if you have any requests for future classes, also hit me up. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, this is my king, Simon. This is the king of the day, but I can't keep it. Had to send it back to the ocean. Do it have some numbers up in the top corner? What do it say?
23.
Huh?
23.
All right. Well, I'll see you next month, okay? So I gotta send it back. Bye.
If I could reach the stars, I'd put one down for you and shine it on my heart so you could see the truth. This love I have inside is everything it seems. Now that I find it's only in my dream. If I could change the world, I would be the sunlight in your universe. You would really think my love was something good, baby, if I could change the world. If I could be a king, even for a day, and take you as my queen, I'd have it no other way. In this kingdom we would rule, in this kingdom we have made, and I'd be a fool, I'd have it no other way. If I could change the world, I would be the sunlight in your universe. You would really think my love was something good, baby, if I could change the world. If I could change the world, I would be the sunlight in your universe. You would really think my love was something good, baby, if I could change oh, the world. An angel came down from heaven yesterday. She stayed with me just long enough to rescue me. And she told me a story yesterday about the sweet love between the moon and deep blue sea. Then she spread her wings high over me. She says she's gonna come back tomorrow. And I said, fly on, my sweet angel. Fly on through the sky. Fly on, my sweet angel. Forever I'm gonna be by your side. Sure enough, this morning came unto me. Silver wings, silhouette against a child's sunrise. And my angel, she said unto me, today is the day for you to ride. Take my hand, she said that I would stand. That's when I ride. That's when she took me high over yonder. Then I said, fly on, my sweet angel. Fly on through the sky. Fly on, my sweet angel. Forever I'm gonna be by your side. Then I said, fly on, my sweet angel. Fly on through the sky. Fly on, my sweet angel. Forever I'm gonna be by your side. a place that can be known. It's not so far away, but I still call it home. Sometimes I'm blessed with a stare and a smile, but I'll be right where I am. I learned I've enhanced my style. I'm so glad to be in sitcom. I can be in a fantasy I saw in a dream. I'm so glad I'm in sitcom. No matter where I go, I won't need to leave. My mind has given me places as far as I can see. Loving the snow-capped mountains while walking by the sea. People here have helped my brand new star. No matter where I go, they'll always have a place in my heart. While I'm here in sitcom, can be in a fantasy I saw in a dream. While I'm
Bonjour, je suis Anne-Cécile Surga, on est dans mon atelier en Ariège et dans cette vidéo je vais vous expliquer comment je procède pour prendre un bloc de marbre comme celui-ci et pour en faire une sculpture. L'étape numéro 1, ça peut sembler un peu basique mais c'est quand même d'avoir une idée. Personnellement je commence jamais le travail sur un bloc sans avoir une idée préalable auquel j'ai vraiment beaucoup réfléchi avant. C'est un matériel qui coûte cher, qui est difficile à se procurer. On n'a pas le droit à l'erreur puisque c'est donc une technique de soustraction où on va garder le bloc tel quel et on va enlever de la matière. Donc une fois que la matière est enlevée, on ne peut pas la remettre. C'est pas comme de la pâte à sel par exemple. Et donc on n'a pas droit à l'erreur. Donc avant tout, j'ai une idée, je sais vers quoi je veux aller, non ? Pour être encore plus à 100% sûr, ce que je fais, c'est que je fais un modèle en plastine. Donc la plastine, donc là j'ai un bloc en plastique recouvert de plastine, à peu près aux mêmes dimensions que mon bloc de marbre sur lequel je vais travailler. La plastine, c'est cette matière-là. Et... ouais, d'accord, ça fait pas vraiment de mise au point. Bon, bah c'est de la pâte à modeler artistique en fait, donc c'est plus dur. Là, ça garde vraiment les formes quand je les applique dessus. Voilà, ça tombe pas même si c'est très fin, n'est-ce pas? Donc voilà, donc ça c'est ce que j'utilise. Donc là, je vais commencer par faire mon modèle en plastine, suivant l'idée que j'ai préconçue au préalable. Voilà, pour que ça me donne un espèce de guide ensuite quand je vais travailler sur le bloc. Alors, même si j'ai une idée quand même assez précise de ce que je veux faire sur le bloc, Avant de faire mon modèle, en fait, je m'assure que le bloc n'ait pas trop d'impurités. Des impuretés, en fait, c'est des veines ou des choses à l'intérieur du bloc qui pourraient peut-être se casser ou qui pourraient déformer, en fait, l'idée de base que j'ai. Donc là, je sais pas si c'est très clair à la caméra, on peut voir, par exemple, qu'il y a cette marque qui vient identifier tout cet angle-là. Ok, donc cette marque, elle interpelle l'intégrité du bloc. Donc ça ne va pas casser, mais par contre, je peux prendre en considération par rapport à comment je vais placer mes traces de main en fait sur le bloc pour la composition en fait, pour la composition générale, pour être sûr que ce soit joli. Voilà, donc là je vous montre le bloc, il a un petit peu d'aspérité, enfin de coloration on va dire, mais c'est pas gênant, c'est un bloc qui est très blanc, qui est de très grande qualité, donc je pense que mis à part ce petit truc là, il n'y a vraiment pas de problème majeur et ça va être très très facile à travailler. J'ai fini de réaliser mon modèle, donc mon modèle en plastine. Ok. Donc moi comment j'utilise le modèle, c'est en fait c'est un peu comme si on utilisait une boussole pour s'orienter. À présent que j'ai mes formes, que je sais à peu près où est-ce que je vais mettre telle main et la taille et tout ça, je vais les mettre sur le bloc en fait. Je vais essayer de voir grâce à ça comment prendre cette taille et la remettre ici. Et donc pour ce faire, je dois avant toute chose délimiter sur mon modèle. Donc, je vais faire des traces sur le modèle pour délimiter. Donc en fait ça c'est pour que je sache qu'est-ce que je vais pas devoir couper tout à l'heure. Vous voyez là, j'ai fait des formes géométriques très faciles que je vais pouvoir reproduire sur ce bloc. J'ai réussi à reporter les formes géométriques autour du modèle. Donc là vous voyez j'avais tracé des lignes comme ça. Et ça je les ai reportées sur le bloc comme ça. Donc j'ai tout mon bloc qui est recouvert par mes traits de délimitation. Donc là c'est là où je vais avoir la main qui est verticale. Et ici la main horizontale. Donc comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, le marbre c'est une technique de soustraction en fait. Ouais. Donc je dois préserver les zones où je vais avoir mes motifs, on peut dire. Et je vais retirer. Donc là en fait j'ai mesuré 1 cm, 1 cm et demi, de même ici. Donc ça c'est la profondeur à laquelle je vais couper dans le bloc. Et ensuite donc je vais enlever sur toutes les surfaces en fait, sur les 5 surfaces du bloc. Et comme ça ensuite j'aurai mes parties motifs en surépaisseur. Et après je vais pouvoir travailler là-dessus. Je suis prête à faire les premières découpes sur mon bloc. Donc pour ça j'utilise une meuleuse d'angle. Voilà. Avec un disque qui est diamant on appelle ça. Ah, ça fait pas de mise au point. Voilà, donc c'est un disque diamant, donc on peut voir, il y a une espèce de fine couche dessus. Et c'est un disque spécial qui vient d'Italie, qui me permet de rentrer dans la pierre, peut-être pas au moindre effort, mais quand même de manière plus simple qu'avec des disques qui ne sont pas spécialisés. Alors, j'ai mes petites protections, donc j'ai des gants anti-vibration. Je mets mon masque. Et une protection anti-bruit, parce que vous allez voir, ça fait beaucoup de bruit.
Et c'est parti. J'ai coupé sur 1 cm, oui, ça se voit bien comme ça là, sur le haut. Et en fait, là, je vais vous montrer. On peut voir que c'est pas plat. On voit les traces du disque, non? Donc c'est pas super parce que moi, l'effet que je recherche, c'est vraiment très géométrique. Donc, prochaine étape pour moi, je vais utiliser un autre disque. C'est un disque à aplatir. Et, qui va me permettre de régulariser toute la surface. Voilà. Donc c'est aussi un disque diamant spécifique pour le travail du marbre. Là, on peut voir que déjà, on a une surface beaucoup plus plane. Il n'y a plus d'aspérité quand on touche. Mais par contre, le but, c'est quand même d'avoir une surface géométrique. Donc, ce que je fais, c'est que je dois vérifier à chaque fois que je fais une découpe que je suis bien plat. Donc là, j'utilise une barre en fer qui est droite. Et vous voyez, on voit bien qu'elle bouge. Donc en fait, ça veut dire que j'ai une grosseur à ce niveau-là. Donc je marque avec mon crayon. Et ainsi de suite. Ça, je sais. Ouais, il faut que je repasse. Et donc là, je vais repasser avec mon disque, et ainsi de suite, jusqu'à ce que j'ai une surface plane, parfaite, comme je cherche à avoir. C'est fait, j'ai réussi. J'ai atteint une surface plate sur toute la surface supérieure. Donc maintenant, il ne me reste plus qu'à le faire sur les 4 autres surfaces qui restent. Sachant, donc à chaque fois, ça va être le même procédé. Je vais découper le long des lignes et laisser le volume pour que ça ressorte, sur lequel après on va sculpter après par la suite. Sachant qu'il faut que je sois sûre que à chaque fois mes murs, on peut appeler ça, soient donc perpendiculaires à la surface, enfin au sol, et qu'ils soient bien à angle droit entre eux. Donc c'est un peu un challenge puisque c'est vraiment au dixième de millimètre près et donc je dois tout faire à la main et il faut avoir une bonne maîtrise de l'appareil. Allez, c'est parti!
J'ai enfin fini de découper mes formes originelles, on peut dire, du bloc. Comme vous pouvez voir, là en fait ça ressort. Ouais, on voit pas très bien en fait. Bon, là vous pouvez voir que j'ai fait ressortir donc la masse et j'ai réussi à aplatir tout ça. Donc j'ai fait ça sur les 5 faces du bloc. Voilà. Ça n'a pas été simple. J'ai appris la consistance, la structure du marbre. En fait, tous les marbres, même s'ils viennent de la même carrière, du même endroit au monde, ils n'ont pas exactement la même consistance et la même densité. Celui-là, il est un tout petit peu friable, ce qui fait que si je fais pas attention, en fait, les arêtes ou les angles droits vont se casser. Enfin, il n'est pas friable, je ne peux pas le casser en faisant comme ça, mais s'il tombe, s'il y a un petit choc, ça peut s'enlever et donc je dois réenlever jusqu'à 3 mm pour enlever le défaut qui a été créé. Donc voilà, donc là, je vais vous montrer. À la base, je voulais enlever juste 1 cm sur la surface du haut et en fait, je suis à pratiquement 2 cm. À cause des erreurs, par exemple j'ai découpé un peu plus de ce côté là, ici c'était un peu plus haut donc je dois tout réguler, enfin bon, donc ça m'a pris du temps. Toutes les surfaces font plus que 1 cm, toutes les masses on va dire font plus d'1 cm de profondeur, parce que j'ai fait pas mal d'erreurs et donc ça m'a pris beaucoup de temps pour tout régulariser, mais maintenant c'est bon, j'ai un angle droit sur tous les côtés et Je suis assez fière de moi parce que ça a été vraiment difficile à faire, mais en fait au final ça va. Voilà, donc maintenant, étape supérieure. Les traces de main préparatoires du modèle en plastine et je vais reporter le mouvement sur ce bloc au crayon. Et comme ça, je vais avoir les grandes lignes que j'aurai à suivre ensuite avec mes outils pour couper le marbre. En fait, je vais pas juste mettre ma main comme ça et faire les tracés avec un crayon. Je vais me donner des encoches en fait dans la plastine et ces points de repère, je vais les répertorier sur mon bloc. Voilà. Donc ça c'est ma technique. Il y a des techniques un peu plus spécialisées qu'on peut apprendre en école de sculpture, mais j'ai pas fait école de sculpture, donc moi je fais comme ça, voilà. C'est la technique que j'ai développée qui est assez similaire qui arrive au même résultat que ce qu'on peut apprendre de manière, la manière classique, la méthode par point, ou par la machine par point, ou des choses comme ça. À présent, j'ai mes grandes lignes directrices de mes traces de doigts en fait. Et je vais découper le marbre, faire des traces de doigts, mais c'est pas ça. Il faut aller au fur et à mesure. C'est un travail pyramidal, on va dire. Je peux pas aller directement et me dire bon ben voilà cette ligne là, cette trace là, elle fait 1 cm de largeur et de profondeur, donc allez, j'y vais directement à 1 cm de profondeur et de largeur. Si je fais comme ça, il y a énormément de chances que je fasse des erreurs que je puisse pas rattraper en fait. Donc je dois vraiment aller au fur et à mesure. Donc là, mes traces de doigts en fait, ce sont des lignes au crayon. Et en fait, bon, j'ai commencé une nouvelle méthode que j'ai jamais fait avant, mais je pense que ça pourrait être marrant. Je vais prédécouper mes traces de doigts avec mon disque à aplatir. Donc je vais me servir de l'arête comme c'était un disque à découper. Et je vais faire les marques dans le marbre avec cette machine-là. Parce qu'elle coupe beaucoup plus vite que la meuleuse droite que j'utilise normalement pour faire les traces de doigts. Donc la deuxième machine, je vais vous l'introduire un peu plus tard. Mais pour le moment, je vais faire mes pré-traces avant de faire mes autres pré-traces pour mener aux vraies traces avec cette machine. Toutes les encoches sur la sculpture à tous les niveaux. Voilà. Donc à présent, je vais pouvoir rentrer dans une phase que pour moi c'est un peu plus intéressant. C'est la phase où je vais commencer à vraiment modeler la sculpture et aller un peu plus vers le travail de modelage et de création de formes dans le marbre à proprement parler. Donc pour ce faire, j'utilise une meuleuse droite. Voilà. Donc c'est un peu comme un très gros stylo. Il y a le bout qui tourne ici, la tête. J'utilise des têtes, des fraises diamants. Et donc, évidemment, pour faire les tracés, si vous êtes familier avec mes œuvres, vous avez vu, il y a énormément de détails. Donc, je ne peux pas utiliser qu'une seule tête. Donc, j'en ai toute une collection. Voilà. Donc, ça va vraiment de la plus grosse. C'est très lourd. Ah! Celle-ci, ah mon dieu, c'est pas possible. Ouais, voilà, donc elle doit faire, je sais pas, genre 2-3 cm de diamètre au plus haut. Et j'ai différentes formes, j'ai des trucs un peu plus pointus. Donc là, moi, ce que j'ai fait, c'est que, encore une fois, je vais pas aller directement tracer dans les lignes que j'ai préfaites là maintenant, directement avec la taille finale. Je vais aller progressivement, donc on va être du plus petit et je vais grossir, écarter en fait les traces au fur et à mesure pour être sûr d'arriver à la taille que je veux à la fin, puisque évidemment si je coupe trop, si je fais des trous trop grands, eh bien après je pourrai pas remettre de la matière si je me suis trompée. Voilà, donc, je vais vous faire une petite démonstration. La ligne que je viens de tracer, c'est celle-ci. Voilà. Voilà, clairement, on approche de la forme du doigt. Hein, on peut le voir, c'est évident. Enfin voilà. Donc, je vais commencer à tracer là-dessus et pour délimiter un peu mieux les formes, les gros, les petits. Et je vous retrouve quand on passera à une étape un peu plus sensible au niveau des détails. Voilà. Donc, je vais vous faire un petit update sur l'avancement des travaux, on peut dire. Donc, là, on peut dire grossièrement, j'ai réussi à faire la forme de la trace. Donc, de là où on dirait qu'il y a le doigt et donner une impression de mouvement. Donc, ça s'affine au fur et à mesure. Voilà. J'ai... non, ça se voit pas. Les traces, elles sont aussi profondes, enfin, à peu près, que j'ai atteint la profondeur finale, on va dire. Je ne dis pas c'est la trace finale, mais au moins la profondeur de rentrer dans le bloc est là. Et même sur cette main. Voilà. Yola. Et donc, voilà. Donc là, j'ai posé mes profondeurs. Ça me permet de connaître les ombres, en fait. Parce que c'est un travail sur l'ombre et la lumière. Et maintenant, je vais travailler les masses. Et je vais les travailler au fur et à mesure. Je fais une petite pause pour vous montrer où j'en suis dans l'avancement des travaux de sculpture. Donc, j'espère que ça reste bien net à l'image. On peut voir que là, j'ai commencé à créer une sorte de mouvement. Donc, c'est plus les lignes fixes comme j'avais fait au tout début, pour essayer d'amener un côté plus organique et donc plus naturel à la chose. Ce que j'ai fait aussi, c'est j'ai commencé à apporter aussi du dynamisme dans les différents niveaux en fait on peut appeler ça des bourrelets de traces. Et donc voilà, c'est encore assez gros, vous voyez, je sais pas, ça fait peut-être 5 mm quoi. Ouais, limite un peu plus. Donc on est encore dans des traits assez grossiers, les formes sont encore très géométriques à ces niveaux-là. Écoutez comment ça se présente. Peut-être c'est un stade un tout petit peu plus avancé ici. Donc là pareil, j'ai fait différents niveaux pour montrer qu'il y a une descente, la pesanteur, mettre du mouvement pour donner une forme organique. Et donc voilà, petit à petit, je continue. C'est un bon exemple. Vous voyez, en fait, ici, j'ai énormément de matière en plus pour me laisser la place de travailler et d'approfondir la forme plus tard. Donc voilà, petit à petit. Donc ça y est, j'ai fini à faire les gros contours à l'aide de ma meuleuse droite. Donc là, on voit qu'on s'approche vraiment de la forme finale. Par contre, on voit aussi c'est bien, mais pas top. Ça reste quand même assez grossier. Par exemple, pour les traits les plus fins ici, ou... Enfin, ça manque de détails. On voit... Enfin, je vois. Attendez. C'est pas encore au stade final. Donc pour ce faire, je vais utiliser encore une nouvelle machine qui est beaucoup plus précise que les deux dernières. Donc normalement, j'utilise, c'est une Dremel, enfin je ne sais pas comment ça s'appelle. Donc j'utilise cette machine là. Et donc là c'est des pointes très fines comme vous pouvez voir là. Là, c'est l'œuvre finie en soi. Oups, je vais plus retravailler la forme. Donc, ce qui s'est passé, c'est qu'au fur et à mesure que je travaillais, je me suis rendu compte que le marbre était beaucoup plus, d'une certaine façon, friable que ce que je pensais. ce qui m'a empêché de faire des détails aussi fins que ce que je comptais faire au départ. Mais bon, il faut s'adapter. Aucun marbre n'est le même exactement, et donc il y a toujours des surprises au fur et à mesure du travail de la sculpture. Donc voilà. Donc là, j'en suis là. Comme vous pouvez voir, c'est bien, mais pas top. On est encore loin du travail final. Ce que je dois faire à présent, c'est de polir la sculpture. Donc il y a différentes étapes de polissage. C'est un travail très répétitif et pas du tout créatif, mais il faut le faire. Donc qu'est-ce que j'ai comme matériel de polissage? J'ai cette pierre. Donc c'est une pierre à poncer. Je sais pas du tout de quoi c'est fait. Je sais pas si c'est organique ou chimique. Parce que je trouve ça en Italie, je connais pas le nom, mais ça me permet donc de poncer de plus larges surfaces. Ça se présente comme une petite brique, donc ensuite moi je les ai coupés avec un disque en fine lame comme ceci, parce que c'est plus facile pour moi pour rentrer dans les traces de doigts en fait. Voilà. Donc au fur et à mesure que j'utilise ces pierres, elles se réduisent, c'est pas quelque chose qui reste. Et donc j'ai plein de petits bouts que je garde pour pouvoir faire des détails. Ensuite j'utilise aussi des râpes, donc j'ai des râpes de différentes tailles, comme vous pouvez voir ici. Une la plus large, qui doit faire à peu près taille de mon doigt. J'ai à peu près exactement la même forme, peut-être divisé par 2. Et la plus fine que j'ai, donc c'est celle-ci. Donc comme vous pouvez voir, elle est vraiment fine. Je crois que ça doit faire 3 mm. Ouah, au plus gros côté. Enfin bon, voilà. Donc avec ces limes, je vais faire mon premier niveau de polissage. Sachant que j'ai 4 ou 5 différents niveaux. Et donc c'est à peu près toujours le même principe. Mais là, vu que le premier niveau c'est le plus difficile, on a des outils spécialisés. Parce que bon, c'est quand même polir des cailloux, donc c'est pas évident. Là, vous voyez bien les traces faites par mes machines. Et donc, je vais le faire par exemple avec la pierre pour vous montrer. Donc regardez bien cette surface ici. On peut voir que ça commence déjà, les marques, les coups des têtes diamants commencent à s'estomper au fur et à mesure. Ensuite, donc vous voyez les lames, ça me permet de rentrer en dessous des espèces de bourrelets de matière que je crée pour l'esthétique de la sculpture. Donc voilà, donc c'est chaque millimètre carré de la sculpture doit être passé à cette technique afin de, dans un premier temps, flouter en fait les démarcations de texture. Voilà. Après oui, ça c'est donc mon style. Peut-être certains sculpteurs vont laisser de manière apparente les traces des outils pour donner un autre effet, mais bon, dans mon cas, dans cette sculpture spécifiquement. Et donc voilà, donc comme là vous pouvez aussi voir que ici il y a beaucoup de marques. Ici, je vais essayer si ça rend bien pour que vous voyez vraiment la différence. Voilà. Et donc, je vais continuer à faire ça pendant de longues heures aujourd'hui. J'ai fini mon premier niveau de polissage avec les pierres et les limes. Donc, comme on peut voir à l'écran, on arrive vraiment à s'approcher du résultat final. C'est beaucoup plus doux, les lignes sont moins cassées. On sent qu'il y a un sentiment de fluidité dans l'œuvre. Et oui, enfin, et puis bon, il y a moins d'accroche au visuel des marques laissées par les machines. Donc ça commence à devenir assez satisfaisant. Donc voilà. Donc à présent, ce que je vais faire, c'est de continuer les différents niveaux de polissage. Là, l'étape suivante, c'est je vais passer avec un abrasif de 60. Oui. Et moi, personnellement, je monte jusqu'au niveau 120. Pardon, 220 ou 240. Mon choix de 220 est un choix personnel. C'est parce qu'en fait, le marbre, c'est parfait, ça réagit très bien à la friction. Et en fait, personnellement, je trouve que si on passe à un niveau au-dessus de 300, enfin un niveau très très élevé de polissage, parce qu'on peut aller jusqu'à 1000 ou même plus, ça, pour moi, je trouve que ça a un petit côté carrelage. Un peu austère. Je trouve que quand je vais jusqu'au 200, on voit encore un peu les aspérités de la pierre, enfin, elle est dans très très lisse, et j'ai l'impression qu'elle respire et qu'elle offre plus à l'œil et point de vue phénoménologique, tout ça, tout ça. Donc, comment je fais? Donc là, j'ai une machine. Donc là, j'ai un papier abrasif que je mets de ce côté-là, et en fait, cette machine, je m'en que pour les côtés plats. Donc ça me permet de polir les côtés plats aussi. Et pour le reste, je fais tout à la main. Voilà, j'ai découpé ma petite feuille d'abrasif en 4. Et je prends mon abrasif et je frotte. Voilà. Donc je vais faire ça pendant quelques jours et puis je vous retrouve quand j'ai fini et quand la sculpture sera finie. J'ai enfin fini mon processus de polissage. C'était assez galère, je dois dire. Donc voilà, j'espère que vous pouvez voir. Une partie intéressante du polissage, c'est que ça révèle en fait les couleurs internes, intrinsèques au marbre. Donc par exemple sur cette face-là, on peut voir qu'il y a énormément de petites taches qui sont vraiment très jolies, bien faites. Un effet tacheté vraiment super. On peut voir il y a une espèce de ligne qui monte comme ça. Enfin, vraiment super. Mais ça fait lourd en fait. Si. Donc ce que je fais, c'est que je fais une petite encoche à la base du bloc qui va créer une ombre et donc créer un sentiment d'élévation. Enfin comme si la forme flottait et ça va encore diminuer encore plus ce sentiment de pesanteur enfin c'est intrinsèque au marbre, hein, c'est lourd quoi. Je sais pas, ce bloc là il doit faire à peu près 20 kg, 30 kg, donc c'est pas... Voilà. Donc il faut que je fasse ma petite encoche pour... donc ça c'est encore de la création. Il faut que je signe pour pouvoir répertorier le fait que ce soit mon œuvre. Si tout irait bien, je mettrai une cire de protection sur toute la surface qui empêcherait en fait, parce que c'est un peu poreux, donc le marbre pourrait absorber des graisses et de la rouille, et c'est des taches qui sont indélébiles après qu'on ne peut pas enlever. Donc généralement je mets une cire de protection, mais à l'heure actuelle je n'ai pas accès à ce produit. Et pareil aussi, je vais faire, mais pas maintenant, mettre une petite plaque en inox pour donner une base qui fait que pour empêcher le bloc de se fissurer s'il est traîné ou pris par des personnes qui ne s'y connaissent pas. Mais pareil, à cause de la situation actuelle, j'ai pas de plaque à la taille adéquate. Donc voilà, je vais faire que le petit biseau et la signature. Et nous avons notre œuvre finie. C'est le moment où personnellement je chanterais bien le boléro de Ravel. Ouais. Donc comme vous pouvez voir, là j'ai fait mon biseau et ça donne vraiment une impression de légèreté. Enfin, ça atténue la pression de lourdeur en tout cas. Donc j'espère que vous avez apprécié et à bientôt.
Sometimes you just got to let go, like an unfinished smoke, like an unfinished joke, like the sun sitting so close to the world you can almost see it all catch flame. Sometimes you gotta let go. Sometimes you gotta walk away. Sometimes you just got to let go of the thing that you're holding. Let it sink down below when there's holes in your boat. Understand it ain't much of a boat anymore. Sometimes you gotta let go. Sometimes you got to swim to shore. Gotta act like you are tough, like you can swim to the surface, like you can keep it together perfect, even though you know you're losing everything you know. Sometimes you got to leave unfinished sunsets. One less ain't gonna make that much bigger difference in the end. Gotta paint like you can roll, like the world is just some place where we all go before we're gone. Just be yourself. We wanna be meant to be. Just be yourself. We wanna be meant to be. Just be yourself. We wanna be meant to be. Just be yourself. We wanna be meant to be. Just be yourself. We wanna be meant to be. Just be yourself. We wanna be meant to be. Just be yourself. We wanna be meant to be. Just be yourself. We wanna be meant to be. Just be yourself. We wanna be meant to be. yourself. Us is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna be. Us is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna be. You don't wanna just be yourself. Us is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna be. Us is we wanna be, wanna be. You don't wanna just be yourself. Us is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna be. Us is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna be. You don't wanna just be yourself. Us is we wanna be, wanna be, wanna be. Let's just say it didn't work out. That's what I say when people ask about it, yeah. That's what I do. I tried to change my mind. Let's just say I thought this time I might. Turned out the same as the last few times I tried. Let's just say nothing happened. Tried to change. I tried to change. I tried to change myself. Let's just say it didn't work out. That's what I say when people ask about it, yeah. That's what I do. I tried to change my mind. Let's just say I thought this time I might. Turned out the same as the last few times I've tried. Let's just say nothing happened. I tried to change. Tried to change. I tried to. Nobody's blues but mine, I know. That's why I'm staying inside tonight. 'Cause I don't wanna bother anybody with my troubles. No, there's nothing to do with anyone around me. That's why I'm keeping my mouth shut about it. But you know what I mean when I say the skin's thin on a bubble. Bubbles break, lips parted, words start pouring out of my heart like my blood, saying it's draining when you give love without getting love. I know it's just a part of getting older. I know it's just a part of getting older. I'm lit by the light of my television screen, my mouth on the mic with the telephone receiver. My breath through the phone like the cars going by my window. And with the sound of my buzzing machine, don't need the touch of a human being. You know me, I like being together with someone.
Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where did you get that? That sound. 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 That sound.
Grandma's hands clapped in church on Sunday morning. Grandma's hand played a tambourine so well. Grandma's hand used to issue out a warning. She'd say, Billy, don't you run so fast, might fall on a piece of glass, might be snakes there in that grass. Grandma's hand, Grandma's hand soothe the local unwed mother. Grandma's hand used to ache sometimes and swell. Grandma's hand used to lift her face and tell her, she'd say, baby, Grandma, understand that you really love that man. Put yourself in Jesus' hands. Grandma's hand.
Have you ever worn the mask? Yeah. 1 2 1 2.
M to the A to the S to the K. Put the mask on their face just to make it next day. Feds be hawking me, jokers be stalking me. I walk the street and camouflage my identity. My posse in the Brooklyn wear the mask. My crew in the Jersey wear the mask. Pick up kids doing boogie woogie wear the mask.
Yeah, everybody wear the mask. Yo. I used to hand me a piece of candy. Grandma's hand pick me up each time I fell. Grandma's hand, boy, they really came in a handy. She'd say, Matt,
Daddy, don't you whip that boy. What you wanna spank him for? He didn't drop no apple core, but I don't have grandma anymore. If I get to heaven, I'll look for grandma's hand.
Sometimes life can make you crazy. It can really put your body to the test. You try so hard to make sure everything goes right, and you find you've only wound up with a mess. It's a common situation, even though you feel abandoned and alone. Child, you ain't the first to experience a hurt, so don't panic when you hit the danger zone. What you need's a little change of heart, forgiveness, fear, and frustration.
Hello, we are going to be making lemon garlic chicken cutlets tonight. We're going to get the cutlets ready. These came out of the freezer 4 or 5 hours ago, and that's going to make them a little easier to fillet. We want to get these fillets about a 1/2 inch thick, and you'll get